Okay, this should be better. This should be better, I hope. Okay. Can I be heard now? Can you hear me now? It's one thing I don't like about OBS is sometimes it decides, oh, all those settings that you saved, we don't like those. We don't like those. We're removing those, and you're not going to know, or you're not going to notice because you're just so used to everything working right away until you're on, and all of a sudden all your viewers are like, hey, mime time is not good time. Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Let's repeat this intro. Only have about a week or so left of the viewer Videomania cycle. It has been an excellent project so far. Already with 29 videos funded. Remember, if we make it to 40, I'm giving you 10 for free. If we make it to 50, we're doing Diabarathon. And oh boy, do you really want that? I know one person that wants that, but I'm fairly certain he wants me to go deaf. He does not have my best interests in mind. He does not. He instead wishes for my suffering. Demands it, in fact. Is incentivized by it. Oh, excuse me. I just ate. One of the big reasons why I'm a little tarty. A little tarty. It's also a little warm in here, so I might have to adjust my fan here in a bit. So, new releases just dropping. New releases just dropped a couple of, well, about a day or so ago. So I have a curiosity, what is your favorite of those that have dropped so far? Yesterday, first song that you just heard is Roads by Isan, which is a cover of a Portishead song off of Faros, which is the new EP that Isan just dropped yesterday. It is fantastic. It is it has the same level of fantastic as Telemark, though they are approached and executed differently, which is really cool. I like the fact that there is a great variance there. That variance to me is one of the neat aspects about what Isan has done lately. So that to me is awesome. So we are probably going to have at least one poll today. I'm going to wait for folks to get in here and for us to get a couple more individuals. We'll probably have one, maybe two. I did get an email that I was looking for. But I know that we will have at least one. I know that we will have at least one. We actually have a couple more that could be done. Let me move this over here. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get that one set up here momentarily while we get everything. Oh, for Christ's sake, come on. A little bit of a slow start here. My apologies for that. The new Marilyn Manson was so disappointing. I did not actually listen to the new Manson yet, though it is on my it's on my radar. It's on the 2020 releases playlist that I have over on Spotify. I got hooked on Faros, and I got hooked on a lot of different things yesterday whenever I was listening. The new Isan was number one. I listened to that probably about 6 or 7 times. And then I just randomly, while I was cutting, I cut my grass yesterday, and randomly just decided to listen to Brave Murder Day, the Catatonia album, which got me back into that a little bit. I've been listening to Flowers of Evil by Oliver a ton, even though that's been out now for a couple weeks. And then got into listening to a ton of Elder last night. So sometimes the problems I run into whenever it comes to listening to new releases is that one release will cause me to examine something that's older or something that I like, or just something that is curious to me, and then I'll end up over there on that side, and all of a sudden, oh wait, there's new releases, right? Oh yeah. Hi Adam, how you doing? How you doing? But listening to Brave Murder Day while cutting grass is weird. It really is. It was an interesting... I think what really drove the desire to listen to it was that it was really overcast yesterday. It's not nearly as sunny and bright and sort of nice looking outside as it is today, so it just seemed to fit the mood. It didn't rain or anything yesterday. It was just cloudy. And so it just sort of... that was the album I thought of. And that's what I decided to listen to. And it was an interesting experience. And also, while I was cutting grass, thought, what would Heavy Metal Jeopardy look like? Or what would it seem like? Like, that would be really kind of a neat thing. But, oh man, in order to have all the clues necessary and all of that happy fun stuff, man, it is, that would be quite the undertaking. You would need to have a heck of a database worth of questions, and then organizing it into categories and the like. Just, whew, kill me now. It would be a lot easier, if it was just a couple of people that wanted to do that. But, yeah, the new Eson is very good. I did listen to a little bit of the Skeletal Remains. A couple tracks of it. It seemed like it was decent. I haven't checked out Medium Rarities by Mastodon as of yet. I figured that one you can kind of listen to at any time, considering it's more of a B-sides and live, instrumental. It's one of those special collections type of albums. It's not exactly one that you need to immediately maybe scope out. That's one that whenever you get into some, get into a Mastodon mood, maybe you scope it and see what you got. Checked out the new album from Messiah, which is their first in 26 years, since 1994. It's decent. Just scoped out a couple tracks from Jupiterian, which is an album entitled Photosapien. It's just okay. Maru, I don't think she's here just yet, but I also listened to the entirety of that Post-Human Big Bang album, of which she offered us a song on Thursday from. She offered us Cycles, and I listened to the rest of it, and it was actually a pretty darn impressive album. It was very good. The album's entitled Jungle Eyes. I was very surprised at how much I did enjoy that album. I do want to go back and listen to it again. Anytime I listen to a disc that is, and I listen to it late at night, which was the situation with Post-Human Big Bang, I always want to go back and listen to that album again, maybe a day or so later, to see if that was just the result of being, sleepy and tired, and this was keeping me awake because it was good, or, if it's actually as good as I think it is. Sometimes whenever you've reviewed albums for a long time, or you've talked about them for a while, you understand that you need, first of all, you need a couple of listens of an album in order to fully develop a true, sort of ranking on it. With some albums, you're able to tell right away whether or not it's going to be your thing. But then you have some situational type things, like something like that. Or if you listen to something whenever you're really stressed out, it can sometimes cause wild variance in your judgment. But, yeah, I still have the Marilyn Manson to check out. I haven't listened to the Mastodon yet. I haven't listened to Theotoxin, which was one that I decided I was just going to try, but I haven't tried it yet. I believe they are a thrash band. I don't know. I know nothing about Theotoxin, in fact. There's a new Cloud Kicker album which has come out entitled Solitude. That was earlier in the week. And then the Progressive Soul Society. The Progressive Souls Collective, which is a new group that is a bit of a super group. It's a bit of a super group. It does have the services of many, many names, including a couple Dream Theater members, and Bishop of Hexen. Every week I like to try to pick out one or two things that I'm not familiar with and just give it a try, because you never know what you might find. It's how I found the Huntsman earlier this year, so you, every so often you just want to scope out a couple of those things. How's the little kitty? Kitties are doing great. Right now they are all outside. Faith is home today. She's off for the weekend, so she's out in the living room watching TV. And sometimes whenever that's on, it can be a little bit distracting, so I close the door whenever that happens usually. How does Brave Murder Day compare with the old Opeth albums? They're pretty much right on par. Mike is using sort of the same technology or the same approach to record his vocals, and his vocals are a little bit more geared toward the black metal or the prog death that early Opeth really had. It felt like it was right on par with either Orchid or Morning Rise. And you have to realize that makes sense, considering that was right around the same time frame whenever Brave Murder Day was recorded and released, was during the very earliest days of Opeth. The band really hadn't even gotten that big of or that deep of a reputation at that point, whenever Brave Murder Day was being recorded and being released. So we're talking mid 1990s. We're not even headed toward the tail end of that decade. We're not really quite there yet. So it has a lot of comparison points to those albums. Now, the only thing that's a little bit different about it is that musically, it's musically just a little bit different. There's a little bit more of a Doom variant there that you can sometimes get, but they are very comparable. They're very comparable. It's an incredible, incredible album. I love it so much. It's great. Hi, Maru. Not much. The only thing that you really missed was I did listen to the remainder of that Post-Human Big Bang album the other night and really enjoyed it. It was really good. So I'm very thankful for the recommendation. I appreciate that one a lot. That one was great. Brave Murder Day is flawless, and it's not even your favorite Catatonia album. I'm with you. I really am. I am a huge fan of Last Fair Deal Gone Down. I really enjoy Tonight's Decision. Viva Emptiness was the first album of theirs that either my best friend or I owned, and I still hold some songs from that album in very high regard to this day. Listening to Omerta just brings back a flood of memories. I know every word to that song. I love it. It's great. Catatonia has a great discography. Catatonia has an absolutely terrific discography. It's very, very difficult to rank Catatonia in some ways, because each one of their albums does have something to bring to the table. Pretty much all the time. The only time that you might have some difficulty with that is sort of near the tail end of the 2000s. You may have some problems within the current era simply because there are some albums that do feature the same mood and atmosphere. So in times they can feel a little bit similar to one another. And I know for some folks that's a big no-no. That's something they don't like. They want each album to have a higher level of variety to it and things like that. But for me, if a style works and it doesn't cause your music to become too vanilla or too one-dimensional, then you have to go with what you know. But we saw with Catatonia, with the Fall of Hearts, that they are not a one-dimensional band. We saw that they have different means that they can utilize in order to give their their music a lot more punch. And then City Burials was kind of like a meeting in the middle of making an album that boasted a lot of ideas from like B-sides from the 2000s, such as Unfurl, with sort of a more straight up style that they were utilizing up to that point. So that mix was a little more unique. I know that I think it disappointed some folks, but I really liked the combination. I think that combination was really awesome. New videos soon. We're going to have a lot of videos soon. We're going to have 29 of them. Probably more, actually. We still have another week in viewer Videomania. Any cool releases you want to recommend off the top of my head? Alphaville by Imperial Triumvirate. Hail Spirit Noir's new album, Eden in Reverse. Eson's brand new EP, Farios. Awesome stuff. I was just talking about Jungle Eyes by Posthuman Big Bang. I would scope that out. Re-Incentive by Thurazaz. Give Cult of Lilith's Mara a shot too. It wasn't that bad. New Oceans of Slumber was great. The new Motorpsycho, entitled The All Is One, is terrific prog. New Pain of Salvation. Vanishing Point wasn't terrible, but it was a little vanilla. Flowers of Evil by Oliver. Mortal by Necrot, great death metal. Surprisingly, I was happy with 666 Goats Carry My Chariot by Butcher, which was a recommendation from someone in chat a while back. Abyss by Unleash the Archers was very, very good. I was surprised that the new Incantation to me was just average. It was just an average album. The Vanishing by Insect Arc was pretty decent. I'm not sure if it's going to be list worthy or not. Black Crown Initiates. Cryptic Shift was surprising. It takes some digesting, but whenever you do give it a chance, it is ultimately very rewarding. And just for some fun, for something that's going to just make your mind go, what the fuck is this? Aeons by Neptunian Maximalism. And then to recover from that, listen to Garber's Days Revisited by Inter Arma, which is a covers album. Features covers from Nine Inch Nails, Ministry, Neil Young. They even do a Tom Petty cover, a Prince cover, Venom. And I think The Girl Who Lives on Heaven Hill's Butthole Surfers, but don't quote me on that. I actually don't recall for that one or for Hard Times. I wish that I could. That's just my brain trying to remember everything. And then Telepathy's Burn Embrace. That one was very surprising. Have I ever reviewed any 12-foot Ninja albums? I don't believe I ever have. No. I do not believe that I ever had. Mountaineer. Yes. Blackwater Rust with a huge one right there. With a huge one right there is Mountaineer. Mountaineer was a terrific, terrific surprise. In fact, I'm going to play a song from that right near. From that right now. This is called The Weeds I Have Tended. One moment, guys and girls, ladies and gents. I'm getting a bit of a headache, so I have to drop some ibuprofen. Don't want to do that on stream. Yeah, the Mountaineer album is entitled Bloodletting. It was released this year. It was very, very good. The new Foot was decent, but Buffalo is the better of the two Foot albums. And really all that this year's Foot release did was encourage me to go back and listen to the old one. Which, I mean, as long as it gets you wanting to listen to the band, it makes sense to me. So, I've seen a lot of varied discussion about the new Marilyn Manson record. Most of it has not been good. So I'm apprehensive going into listening to that disc. New Onslaught was decent. S&M 2 review. Not much really to say. There's not much really to say about S&M 2. I liked S&M 2. I thought it was decent. But again, like, S&M 1 for so many people was a surprise. It seemed like this really different, out there idea that they didn't really notice before, or nobody really did before. Even though, you know, orchestrated versions of songs were not uncommon. But to do a full album that way and to, you know, market it specifically as, you know, metal band plus orchestra was a very uncommon thing back in the late 1990s. So that was a bit of more of a revolution than what you're going to get from S&M 2 in 2020. You know, the shows were in 2019. You know, it is what's really kind of nuts on S&M 2 is hearing crowd noises, because you know that right now that cannot happen. You know, right now we're not getting that. Jason Butler with the $5 says, please play Coming For You by 12 Foot Ninja. Sir, yes, sir. And hey, Jason, for dropping that there donation, which I'm appreciative of, by the way, thank you so very much. You can offer a video idea for the poll that will eventually happen on video number 30, for video number 30, should I say. Make sure that I get everything here correct. Just give that a nice old sixer. Empire of the Clouds would indeed work exceptionally well with an orchestra. It would be a very good. I think that'd be really awesome. That would be a terrific showcase. And I think that, you know, it would be a great showcase of what could be done with Iron Maiden tracks with an orchestra, especially whenever you consider this era. You know, this era really that started with Brave New World. There's a lot of tracks of theirs that I feel could be easily transitioned over to an orchestrated setting, or an orchestra setting, and it would work brilliantly. How about 12 Foot Ninja for a video idea? What would you like? Would you like a review of one of their albums? Would you like a rank them all of their albums? What would you like, my friend, specifically? I'll put you down for whichever you're hoping for. But I do thank you very much. I appreciate it. This one's looking like it's going to be a pretty competitive. It's going to be a pretty competitive poll. I feel like I'm in an episode of Burn Notice right now. Rank them all, 12 Foot Ninja. Very good. We will have that put in there. But this is really cool. I like this. I don't listen to a ton of 12 Foot Ninja. In fact, this might be the very first and only Scrabble that I have with 12 Foot Ninja, for all I know. So I use Last FM. But I was off of Last FM for 6.5 years. So, you know, you can figure that shit out. Figure that shit out. Let's take a look here. 12 Foot Ninja. How many Scrabbles? Oh, 1. Wait, that means 1 before this. What did I Scrabble before this? Outlier off of One Hand Killing. Or One Hand Killing off of Outlier. Blech. Reversed it. Well, that number's going to go up if that happens to win, and we do that rank 'em all, my friend. Which, hey, that's exciting. That's exciting stuff, dude. That is very, very exciting. 2000 till now seemed like a lot shorter than 1988 to 2000. You know, well, there's... age does play a part in that For any of you who are older heads like myself that are in their 30s, you know, 88 to 2000, you know, I was 4 in 1988 and I was 16 in the year 2000. And yeah, that time was eternal, you know, it was, and it was also a great time, you know, it was an awesome point in life. And there's part of me that believes that part of that is based around how instantaneous our society has become, how fast-paced that it is. Because if there's one thing I remember from the 90s, if there's one thing I remember from the 90s, and this was true within so many elements of the culture, from sitcom shows to cartoons and everything, like, it was easier in that era to be bored. Like, it was a lot easier in that era to be bored than it is these days, because now there are so many little things that you can do in order to pass the time. You know, if you don't have anything to do in 2020, you can go to Spotify and listen to anything that you want, and you are technically doing something. You're listening to music. You know, maybe you're not engaging yourself. You're not writing something or reading something or playing something, studying something. You know, maybe you're not cleaning anything or whatever, but there's so many different things that you could do. Back in those times, in 88, you know, 88 through 2000, it was so much easier to just like lay on your bed or lay on your couch or whatever and just be bored. And be bored of all the things that you had. You know, I can remember being a kid. And, you know, we didn't have, back in those days, I didn't have the internet to go on to. And even if I did, it would have been, you know, 16.6 modem. It would have been slow as all Moses. It would have been criminally slow. But, you know, you had a bunch of toys. You had video games. And, excuse me, you had like Nintendo and Super Nintendo. I had a Sega as well. But, you know, it was easy to get bored of the things that you had because you've already played through the stuff. You know, you've already done this or that. You know, before 1995, I didn't have CDs to listen to. I had cassette tapes. And I didn't even have, at that point, I didn't have a boombox of my own. So I either used a stereo system that was down in the family room of my family home. Either that, or I had to play those tapes in the car. You know, whenever my parents and I went somewhere, I would take one of my tapes along and play it. I didn't have very many back then. You know, I was young. But you know, it's just one of those situations where these days there are so many things that you can do, even if you're not fully engaged by them. Like, I know that at any point during the day, I can come onto this computer, I can watch something on YouTube, and it doesn't even have to be something that I am watching really closely. I can just have that on as background noise, just to make it feel like, hey, I'm doing something. And of course, here's another thing for you, Mark. Whenever you have an apartment, you know, it's one thing. You don't have nearly as much. You don't have nearly as much in the way of things to do in an apartment. But whenever you have a house, you know, whenever you're living in a house, there is always some sort of project to be a part of, or to, you know, there's always something to put off until later, and then eventually later comes around. You know, you put off other projects until later because the projects that you put off until later, like a month ago, you want to do today. The Hirsch Effect with Torka, again from Jason. Thanks, buddy. Let's check this out. Dropping the fiver once again. Very, very good. I appreciate it. I haven't gotten that poll set up yet, so I need to stop yapping my gums and do that. Which is worse, Catharsis, The Unspoken King, Frequency Unknown, A Lit Divinium Insanus, or Graveyard Classics 4, Number of the Priest? Whew! Oh my. Yikes. The Unspoken King you throw off that list because it's an outlier. It really is just an outlier. The Lit Divinium Insanus is technically an outlier as well, and it does have some good tracks on it, although not nearly enough to save it. That leaves Catharsis, Frequency Unknown, and Graveyard Classics 4. I'm going to wipe off Graveyard Classics 4 because that's a covers album, so it's a shitty covers album. Catharsis or Frequency Unknown? Whew! I don't know, both of those albums offend me in ways that are probably not safe for my blood pressure. I'm just going to take a rain check on that one because thinking about it just feels stupid. Yeah, Maru, that's a very good point also, is that whenever I was young, I was an only child, so I had a lot of games or things that I had that was just for myself. It was just for me. So, that to me was not a necessary thing. I didn't have to worry about it. So I went outside a good bit. I was a sports guy, so I found ways to either practice or, whenever you used your imagination back in the day, which I think happened a lot more in those eras than it does today, in this era. There's a lot of things that restrict imagination these days. But back then, it was not uncommon for you to use your imagination for things. And also, depending on where your neighborhood was and maybe the age of your neighbors, if your neighbors happen to have kids or whatever. I was in a neighborhood full of kids. I really was. The house that was below me, there was 2 kids there. The one that was to my right, there was 2 there. There were 3 boys, 2 doors down. There was 1 girl, 3 doors down. Cat corner, there was another boy. Whenever my best friend moved in the 5th grade, whenever I was in the 5th grade, so around 10 or 11 years old, there was 3 more boys. There were a lot of kids in the neighborhood whenever I was a kid, and we were all around the same age. Was the thing. There was not a very large age variance among the most of us. There were a few exceptions, but not many. So if you were outside and you were playing, and one of the neighbors saw that, or saw you, or if you saw them playing, it was just natural to go over there and see what they were doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, that's the thing, Mark, is that both of those albums are just, they are both quite abysmal and make me very, very mad on the inside and on the outside. So, number 14. Unfortunately, we had some folks that donated and never gave us an idea, and then just never came back because, I don't know, they were just passing through, I guess. They were just passing through. Oh, excuse me. So we're going to go ahead and get this very small, only 3 selection poll up and running. This will be our first poll of the day. And we're going to set a deadline for this one to end. We may do 2 polls concurrently, so oh boy. Prepare for confusion. We're going to have this poll end at, we'll say 5:30. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this vote over to you all. There's 24 of you in chat. This is for the very first chat-funded video, which is all the way back to video number 14. You know, for reference, we're right now working on potentially video number 30. So this has been a ways ago whenever this took place. But again, for those who had donated and hadn't given me a video idea, I tried my best to give them a little bit of time, you know, to either reach out to me via email, or if they came back into chat, that they would get the opportunity. I just clicked the wrong freaking thing. I hate when I do that. That's going to bring up some application I don't want, probably at the worst possible time, naturally. But thanks so much to Jason for those 2 tracks and those 2 donations. That was awesome on both accounts. And I would tell you whether or not that was the first ever Scrabble that I've ever given to the Hirsch effect. But Last.fm is pooping its pants right now, apparently. Because, you know, it's cool to poop your pants. If you poop your pants, you're the coolest. There we go. That name, for some reason, sounds familiar. It really does. But that might be something that was recommended or that I saw and that never did get the opportunity to sample anything from, because that is indeed the first ever Scrabble, which means anybody who does or wants to do the RNG game, after I sneeze, excuse me, the number of artists available for the RNG game is now up to 4,305. 4,305. Pensapen asks, do you have my idea? Which idea would that be, sir? Is it the why classic rock and new wave of British heavy metal are important to today's metal scene? Was that the idea, Mr. Penn? Mr. Penn, sir? Right about him in the Prog blog. Nice! Hey, if you want to know what is truly dominating your listening time these days, Jason, my friend, scope out Last.fm. Get yourself hooked up and hooked into Last.fm. It is pretty cool. I'll actually post my link in chat to show you sort of what what everything looks like. You know, how that looks. Oh, I forgot to vote in my own poll. I want to vote for that. I'm voting for that. I like that. That looked fun. Hey, only 7 people have voted so far. What the heck? What the heck? There's so many of you in here. There's so many of you in here. We're going to post that poll link again. Hey, you with the face that's watching this stream. Vote in the poll, 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 vote in the poll. I'll spam my own chat. I don't even care. Oh, that's right. I'm also supposed to put this over on actual YouTube. Herp. Let's do that right now. Create a post. Vote in this poll. I must put pool. Flop. Active until 5:30 p.m. EST today. And post. There we go. Why would you do a Dio tribute band? No one can sing like him. Because they just really like, you know, Dio's music. Speaking of covers, some of you will probably have already heard this. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. As many of you know, I'm a very big Alice in Chains fan. So, whenever I saw that, a month late, mind you, that Chemist did a cover of Down in a Hole, which ironically is the song on Last FM I've supposedly listened to the most times in my life, or at least in my life since 2016, or 2006 rather, I'm sorry. I was naturally very curious, because Chemist is not an alternative rock band. They're more like a doom / classic metal band that, you know, takes a lot of inspiration from bands like Sabbath, or, you know, maybe some of the early old school doom from bands like Cathedral. So I don't know how you guys feel about reinterpretations of songs, because I would consider this both a cover as well as a reinterpretation, considering they do some things a little differently with the track. So if you're intimately familiar with Down in a Hole, you may notice a couple of differences. I'm going to play it for you guys because I'm curious to your thoughts about it. So here we go. Who suggested the leader video in the poll? Why, that would be you, sir. That would be you, Randall. Hello, and salutations. How are you? Yes, I do have your idea then, Pencil Pen. Thank you so much. I heard Carnivex's cover of Head Like a Hole. You thought it was decent? I have not heard that. I have not, actually. Do any of you all know the Punk Rock MBA, aka the guy with bad takes on rock and metal music? He has featured, some of my content in his videos before. I sure don't remember telling him he could, but I really don't care. I really don't care. But, yeah, I've heard of them. I've seen a couple videos. They're okay. The new Disturbed cover? I haven't heard the new Disturbed cover. I haven't listened to it yet. One to 10, this week's probably been about a 7. I'm definitely feeling about a 7. It's been a decent week. Got a lot done here throughout most of it, especially on Monday. Last Monday, I went pretty insane whenever it came to getting things done. We had a great stream on Tuesday. We had another great stream on Thursday. We're having a decent start to this one here today. Talking about a lot of great things, getting some of these polls taken care of. Now that we've gotten some ideas that we were lacking from a couple of folks that were shielding us from getting those polls completed. Definitely thinking about the week might end poorly. You know, the week might end a little poorly if we end up if someone ends up coming in and we agree to listen to a certain something, but. As it stands right now, we are starting to run a little bit out of time for that. I have to, and I mentioned this whenever the stream started, but nobody could hear me because my mic decided it just didn't want to live. But I can be here. I can be active till a maximum of 7 o'clock tonight. It's 3:37 p.m. right now as it stands, in case you're curious. I'll probably end up leaving closer to a 6:30 type, but yeah, I do have a finite time frame that's available to me. And listening to the 90 out of 100, some of you know what is meant by that. Others may be very curious. I would tell you, but then you would just leave. It's a very long album. I believe it's 2 hours and 20 minutes long. It is lengthy. It is a big freaking boy. It is a big freaking boy. So, and plus it has a follow-up that is required afterward. Both have been Both were requested by the same individual. So yeah, I'll just let the cat out of the bag. We would be listening to The Astonishing by Dream Theater in its entirety. Yikes. Right? So what's everyone thinking about this cover of Down in a Hole? Being done by Chemist. We'll do an update on the voting here, and I will do that at about 4 o'clock. So about 21 minutes away from now, we'll do a little update on voting. I'm going to pop that link in chat once again. Ever thought about that you are actually a metal rock music library in the form of the person? I actually... I don't think I'm quite that good. Especially whenever it comes to recalling things on the fly. I do have my struggles. But I will also say that, hey, I appreciate that compliment a lot. I know there's a lot of stuff I've listened to. There's also a ton of stuff I have not listened to that I want to listen to and sample and try and all that. It's crazy. You know? It's crazier to think, Randall, that out of all the stuff that I've listened to, I've probably only scratched the surface with like 3% of the music that's out there. And that might even be exceptionally generous. That might be tremendously generous. I know that in my younger days, the brain worked a little bit better. The brain was, though, blocked a lot by the heart, which was, those weren't good days. We're talking like 15 years ago. But, man, oh man. To be sitting in the position that I am and knowing there's going to be a ton of stuff that I'm probably just never going to get the opportunity to hear, kind of sucks. That little gap right there. First time I heard that, that gave me chills. That was chills. That was chills. Ooh. I didn't think I was going to like this song because they did do that a little bit of a reinterpretation of it, and I love Down in the Hole. I love Alice in Chains. I love Lane Staley. You know, that whole spiel. But things that they did with the song, I felt were very respectful. And the whole reason why I even brought this up isn't necessarily because of this. It's because of this. Also Chemist. Yes, if you haven't voted in the poll, check out that link that just got dropped 3 straight times by yours truly in order to spam my own chat. Got 15 current votes. Though it says the results after 15 people. Okay, there we go. That made sense. Didn't make sense beforehand. We'll update that in a little bit. Hey, Nazrin, how are you doing tonight? What is up? After we finish up Rainbow in the Dark, the cover being done currently by Chemist, we're listening to Power Slave. Have you ever listened to Infest the Rat's Nest? Sorry if this isn't the first time you've gotten this question, which I suspect it isn't, but I'm going to ask anyway. It's actually the first time I've ever gotten that question. So you are bright and unique. I have not. What can I expect if I were to scope out Infest the Rat's Nest? What style of music? What style of metal? Tell me about them. Yeah, this is a really cool cover. I like this cover a lot. Whole album or just the song? Just the song. Song is what was donated for. You're great, to be honest. That's what I'm talking about. I'm psyched to hear that, Nazrin. Hey, those of you who are in chat, did you know that Nazrin just released an album? She just released a power metal album. Like, what was it? Last week, a couple days ago, whatever it was. You should really listen to it. It's a good album. In fact, it's a great album. It's done very well. It is done very, very well. Also, Nazarene, as a result of that Power Slave donation that you made 2 streams ago, you indeed have the opportunity to offer up another idea for a video, and it will be. And I will give you a little bit of a spoiler. This idea will be going up against only 2 others. Going only up against 2 others in that poll, so you actually have a pretty good chance. Fest the Rat's Nest is the King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard album, or is there a band by that name? I don't know. I know that is a. I figured he was talking about the. It was like a brand new album, or not a brand new album, but a brand new band. This is a drive-by. Hello, CKY. Oh no. Anti-status quo. Hands up, don't shoot. What's up, man? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh no! Ah, I screwed it up. Hey, if you're here, vote in the poll. Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll. Vote in poll. Have I heard Corey Taylor and Stone Sour's cover of Rainbow in the Dark? I have. It's a pretty good one. They didn't do that bad of a job, I gotta say. There's that whole entire Dio, This Was Your Life album that came out early this decade, and oh man, that is sometimes really, really difficult to listen to. Not because it's bad; it's actually very, very good. But it's one of those albums where if you were a really, really big Dio fan, and it's really hard not to be, it does have the opportunity to make you just a little bit sniffly. You know, get your eyes a little wet. Because, man, you know, the impact and the influence that he had was tremendously large. You know, larger than I think anybody expected. It's pretty incredible. But this right now, this will empty out our queue. So if anybody has any songs that they wish to request, it's $1 per minute. You see on the left-hand part of your screen. Or if you just want a couple of random recommendations, you can vote for the old, or you can donate for the RNG project. What is that, you might ask? Well, what I do is that I have 4,200 excuse me, not 200 anymore, 4,305 artists that I've listened to, supposedly. Over on Last FM, I've squabbled a track, if you know what that word means. So we're going to take a random number generator. We're going to put it from 1 to 3,000 or 4,305. It's going to pick a random number. I'm going to go see which artist is in that spot on Last FM, and that's what I'm going to recommend to you. You said a PayPal almost 10 minutes ago. Did you get it, or is PP broken again? My PP is broken. My PP is freaking broken. Let's take a look. First thing I'm going to scope out is, do I have alerts on my phone? Well, I didn't have alerts on my phone, so there's one of the big problems there. Okay, that is embarrassing, but I believe that I did that because I forget where I was. I was somewhere where having those alerts on was not a good thing. Wasn't something that you wanted to do. Why is that wrong? Okay, this is getting annoying. Caps locked up. No, I'm not. Okay. Looks like we're gonna have to go old school today. Okay, we do have ourselves yet another blessing from Maru. He did that just to ignore you. Never ever. What about Alice in Chains got me into the band? I was really young. I heard songs on the radio. I really liked it. I ended up buying Nothing Safe, Best of the Box whenever I was, I believe, I was in high school. And listened to that album from front to back so many times, and then ended up working on getting everything they ever made. Oh, I know. My frustration right there was that my freaking password wasn't working on desktop, so I'm going to have to go mobile like the old days. Anyway, we got the 20 from Maru, and she offers us the following songs. We have Morris Prince of Pomest with Lost in a Starless Aeon. We have Nikamu with Time Won't Heal. We have Cosnes Kulamatan with Kailama Ma. And we have Apocalyptica featuring Lizzie Hale, Don't Talk to Me. I'm going to totally talk to you, so too bad. But, oh boy. Fest the Rest, and this is a departure from King Gizzard's normal stuff as an attempt at thrash metal. Interesting. No, I have not listened to either yet in that case. We're going to update the poll results here in about 9 minutes, though I can tell you guys right now, there is a clear-cut preferred video among us. My go-to weekend food, it is... I go over to my parents' place. My dad and I like to watch NASCAR races and football. We do have some sporting events that we like to watch, so I'm usually there every weekend, at least, once for a couple of hours. And we usually get pizza for that, or sometimes we'll get like Italian food from like Olive Garden or something like that. I really don't have a go-to food for the weekend, but I would say that the food that I consume the most is probably pizza. Although recently I've slowed on that massively, simply because I've been noticing that the cheese and the sauce and everything has been getting my stomach pretty, wrapped up and riled up, and so it's just it's very different than it was even just a couple of years ago. A couple of years ago, I could easily put away a full pizza on my own, no problem. Would have had limited problems after the fact, no stomach cramps, maybe you belch a little bit or you have to pass a little gas. That's about it. Now I can't eat more than like 3 pieces. Like I can't even get halfway through a pie without just being spent. Age, man. Age is a killer, brother. Age is a killer. If you want anything that's going to stop you from doing some of the things you want, just get old. You might think that you're going to be able to do the stuff that you're doing right now forever, but that's a big old no. That is a big old no. Bam. Lost in a Starless Ion. Or Aeon. See, I used to be able to pronounce things right, then I got old. Do I still hate Godsmack when Legends Rise? Yes, I do. Although I will say I have not listened or even thought about that album in quite some time. So thanks for reminding me. No, I'm kidding. Thanks for reminding me of something I hated. You too, Nazarene? Oh, man. Close to 40 Club. Unite. God. 4 years away from 40 I am. It's, it isn't real. Like, whenever you're 35 years old, like I was last year, you know, going into the middle part of this year, it's not real that you're going to be on the other side toward 40 until the day actually comes and you tick that. You know, now you have to write that you're 36 years old instead of 35. Because, you know, whenever you're 35, you can lie and be like, you know, yeah, I'm in my mid-30s. You know, I'm still, you know, I feel closer to 30. But, that doesn't mean anything. Not anymore. No matter what you say, you now are closer to 40 than you are to 30. I can remember whenever I turned 30. Back in 2014, whenever I was, that was whenever I turned 30, but I remember it was 2013, specifically like the tail end of August. Whenever I'd been 29 for only about 2 months, that was whenever I started to really get that sort of like nostalgia for being younger a little bit, and some of that depression of knowing, oh man, your 20s are over. But I'm not looking at 40 like it's this big problem. Not anymore. You know, not anymore. I don't look at that as a huge issue. I worry more about, and I think the reason why is that I had, you know, both of my parents, they sort of aged very gracefully. So they, you know, they complained about a couple of things. Like my dad was, whenever he was about to turn 60, was very concerned about turning or being 59 because that was the age that his dad passed away. So he was convinced that he was probably going to die that year too for a while. So, you know, but they've aged so gracefully and so well. You know, they've just turned 70 this year, so they're now 70. And they do have some medical issues. You know, they do have some things that are going on, but they are still doing everything that they can to make the best of it. And they've been doing that for a number of years. So, that's definitely an inspiration of, hey, you know, you're going to go through a lot of things whenever you get older, but the best thing that you can do is try to not let that beat you down and not let a number be a definition of who you are. Maybe you'll have white hair in 20 years. I've already got some white going on. It's not very, I don't think the camera picks it up very well, but I do have white going on my sides. You know, like right over here, where you see that's a little bit like more salt and peppery. That's all white, and there's a couple over here. The camera doesn't pick it up very well, thank God. But there is someone older than me. We have a varied group here. You know, I like the fact that we have, you know, old to young, young to old. We have some folks that. You know, folks that have been long-time music fans. We have folks that have just been maybe fans for a couple of years or have just gotten their heavy metal or music journey started. I like the fact that we attract all types in that regard, you know. You're already going gray and bald and you're only 23. You know what? Folks like to make fun of you for going bald. Take it from a dude that's been going bald for a couple years. You know, just in the one spot. It's whatever. It really is. It's whatever. It's no biggie. You know. I think once you get to your late 30s, you start to like, you know how you say that like old folks or like folks that are getting older, they stop caring as much. They care a little bit less each and every year. I think whenever you hit 35 or maybe whenever you hit 36, you know, that's when it begins. That's whenever you start to look at stuff and say, you know what, I really just don't care. I really just don't care. I could lose a little hair. It's going to happen anyway. You know. Here is Time Won't Heal by Nikumo. I just tossed trim animals in bed. Yeah, there are certain things that just don't, you know, they don't change. Some of them will hype up into overdrive, I'll tell you that, you know. You'll start to feel, you know, you're going to start to feel some things that are a bit odd that, you know, maybe you haven't noticed in years past or maybe took for granted in years past. But, you know, in many ways, it's just, age is just an inevitability is what it is. It is an inevitability. How do you do, fellow kids? That would be my best description of catharsis. In fact, I think I used that. I think I used that very description for that album in the video itself, if I remember correctly. Like the old Hillary Clinton backwards cap holding the skateboard meme. It's basically it in music form. I do think that also you sometimes, and this is whenever you're growing up at any stage, is that your music taste, it will change, it will vary, it will shift. You'll have little bumps here, you know, because first of all you're exploring new things, you're discovering new things, and you're going through different things within your life. So it's going to have an a little bit of an alteration to what your music taste is going to be, maybe at that time frame, you know. Also, whenever you're younger, you're a little bit easier to be subjected to like trends and things that you see either in the mass media or things that you just see in general. So there is a lot of different things that happen. You know, there's a lot of different things that happen in order to mold and shape your journey, you know. Whatever got you to heavy metal music, you know, for somebody else may have gotten them into pop music or may have gotten them into country music, especially here in America. You know, in America, for those of you who happen to be foreign, you don't see heavy metal promoted pretty much anywhere. You know, so discovering heavy metal music is more so something that happens a lot through word of mouth or, you know, and I hate to say that those gateway bands that get sort of trashed on so much are really important, but they really are. They're very, very important. So any radio metal or fringe line metal bands that are out there that do get some plays can potentially be what leads somebody to take on a heavy metal journey that takes them to various other things and really explore the genre as a whole. I mean, I started off as a Metallica guy. You know, I started off as a Metallica guy. You know, and I still like Metallica. I still think Metallica's an okay band. You know, am I going head over heels for everything that they did like I was whenever I was 15 years old? Absolutely not. You know, times change. You know, you listen to other things that start to, you know, that are more important to you. But, you know, if it wasn't for hearing Metallica songs on television through music video, or, you know, if it wasn't for seeing getting a book on the band and learning that Jason Newsted was formerly a part of Flotsam and Jetsam and wanting to know what they sounded like, or that they used to have a guitar player named Dave Mustaine who's now in Megadeth and wanting to know what they sounded like. If it wasn't for an album like Garage Incorporated, which had them doing covers of all these other bands, and me saying, I wonder what they sound like, you can see how sort of the domino effect is and how it lies. What what it really came down to was that I had a natural, massive curiosity for all of this and wanted to know more and more and more about heavy metal and hard rock and things like that. So naturally I was going to be sort of gravitated toward that based off of that curiosity and based off of that initial, appreciation and love for Metallica. So, even though I've ragged on Metallica in multiple videos, even though I've talked ill of them in the past from time to time and everything like that, that's the band that started my journey. And that can never be taken away from me. And I don't want it to be. Folks can come in here and be like, oh, you started with Metallica. Jeez, what a poser. I started with Dark Throne, or I started with Infinite Annihilator, or blah, blah, blah. Like that means anything, it doesn't matter so much what made you start. I want to know what made you want to continue. What really was the gravity point? The thing that caused you to not just become a part of heavy metal's orbit, but what made you want to stay in that orbit. There's Kyla Ma by Countess Klumaten, which I think I probably pronounced better the first time. I probably pronounced that better the first time. Beautiful Undead and Climamas is Cold Ground. Nice. I think I understand why the similar artists are listed as Hanging Garden, Alatar, Trees of Eternity, Red Moon Architect, Ocean of Grief, Enshrine, and Rapture. It makes sense now. But hey, it is past 4 o'clock. I promised an update on the vote for the poll, so it is time to deliver. Once again, I will drop the link in chat for all of you. For those who are currently in chat that have not yet voted on said poll. The poll is for video number 14, the first video that was funded by chat and not by an individual. And it's a 3-horse race for this poll. It would have been a 6-horse race, but the other 3 never got an idea submitted, never submitted an idea to me, and basically have not been back since. So while we appreciate their contributions, obviously not something that was very important for them. Anyway, currently right now, in the poll, right now sitting in 3rd place is Rank 'Em All Korpiklani. So apparently not a lot of you want me to struggle through a ton of pronunciation. You do not want to put me through that exercise. It's right now in 2nd place is Dark Fortress's Spectres of the Old World, an album review of that disc. That currently has 4 votes. Rank 'Em All Korpiklani has 2. And currently our leader by a wide margin right now with 70% of the votes, which are a grand total right now of 20 folks. 20 or 30 unknown masterpieces. It's going to be a bit challenging considering I know that I've talked about a lot of albums. So to attempt to maybe get some fresh blood in there and not just cover the same ground, that's going to be the interesting challenge of that video. So thus far, that is your leader, is our leader, should I say. And The poll is set to expire in an hour and 30 minutes at 5:30 p.m. So there's still plenty of time for there to be a turnaround. There's still plenty of time for this to change. So that is your update here at 4:08 p.m. Painkiller versus Mob Rules. It's Painkiller. It's Painkiller without any issue. Painkiller is a heavy metal classic. I like the Mob Rules, don't get me wrong. No disrespect, but Painkiller is essential listening. That is essential listening. So, if you haven't listened to it yet, go do it. But, looks like we are not going to be doing the 90 out of 100 today. Whew. Thank goodness. If it was Heaven and Hell, though, it would be much closer. See, here's the thing. Mob Rules has Sign of the Southern Cross on it. And that, to me, that's the boner song for old CKN. I love that song. That song is incredible. Slaughter of the Soul versus Horacle is actually much harder of a choice for me. Comparative to Mob Rules versus Painkiller. That is a really, really... You know what? The funny thing is for as high up on Horacle as I am, and I really enjoy that album. That's my favorite In Flames album. A secret is that I've listened to Slaughter of the Soul more times all the way through in the 20 plus years I've been a metalhead, so I'm going to actually go with Slaughter of the Soul. And another key reason is that without Slaughter of the Soul, there may not be a Horacle. There may not be a Horacle, so I think you do have to have a little bit of respect there, but if we would be going by individual tracks, there would be some songs off of Slaughter of the Soul that would have absolutely no chance versus songs on Horacle, because it does have some of those like classic In Flames songs that are practically untouchable. So, yeah, that was actually a harder decision between those two than Mob Rules versus Painkiller. And plus, Priest was also one of the groups that whenever I first got into heavy metal, I got into them alongside of Iron Maiden whenever I did that, and Sabbath to me was a band that I liked, but they were never like the band. They were never the number one band for me. Like I got albums and things like that, and there would be times where I would listen to them with like a bunch, but they were never going to be the band for me. Especially since Maiden existed and Priest and then eventually Opeth existing and things like that. So it was just, they were never going to be the band. Black Sabbath were. They were never going to be the band. And to some folks, that's heavy metal sacrilege. But is it really? Like, is it truly? Like, there is truth behind the saying that, you do have to sort of respect your history in order to have appreciation for what you have today. But here's something that's probably going to be uncomfortable. There may be a day where Black Sabbath is not necessarily listened to that often by folks. I'm sure folks that were making jazz music in the 1920s, like some of those jazz standards, they probably thought that those songs were going to be played for decades and centuries to come. They thought it was going to be like Beethoven's Ninth, or any of those types of any sort of classical track that still to this day is played in music classes and is played by by people who are trying to learn it on piano or on a different instrument, or just because they happen to enjoy classical music. You know, I wonder how many babies out there have like Beethoven or Bach rhythms in their head constantly because their parents played them that shit while they were like in utero, you know, while they were in the womb. I wonder how frequent that happened. So we're gonna close off this foursome of songs by the lovely and wonderful Mario with an Apocalyptica track alongside Lizzie Hale, which is entitled "Don't Talk to Me." Actually, it's entitled "Talk to Me," but I like "Don't Talk to Me" better. Symbolic versus Surgical Steel. That feels unfair, somewhat. I too would have to probably go with Symbolic. Only because it's an album that right now, it's, for me at least, it's held up for 25 years. You know, will Surgical Steel bear that same reputation in 2038? You know what I mean? Like, in 2038, am I still going to be looking at Surgical Steel, or will the metal community look at Surgical Steel with the same eyes as we still look at Symbolic? So again, it's not a rough call, but Surgical Steel, again, it was an album of the year. It's an amazing, amazing disc. It's an amazing disc. Did you secretly want me to shut up? I don't know, maybe. I do kind of talk too much. I do kind of talk a lot, so, you know, I mean. But then again, that'd probably be more annoying if we were, like, married or something. You know? The Downward Spiral versus Antichrist Superstar. Ooh, man, oh man. Yikes on a stick. I'm going to go back to that one. Rush versus Dream Theater. Two things with that. First of all, we're removing instantaneously the idea that without Rush, there's probably no Dream Theater. We're taking that completely off the table. I'm going to tell you why. We're doing this strictly through quantification of the music itself. So, Rush's first decade is absolutely incredible. They paved the way for a lot of prog bands of the future. Their second decade features their biggest selling album and a couple follow-ups that do decently well, but they do start to become a little predictable. Their third decade is honestly kind of meh. Has some good individual songs, but the albums themselves are just sort of there. And then their final era features some of their finer works from the last 3 decades. Clockwork Angels is tremendous. Snakes and Arrows is very, very good. So, that's not bad. Dream Theater. Their first album is admittedly a challenge. Their 90s material is almost flawless. Features A Change of Seasons. Features Metropolis Part 2, Images and Words. Their second decade features even more classics. 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, Train of Thought. Near the end of the decade, they start to get a little more predictable. They do get a lot more derivative as we enter into the 2010s. And then they tank with The Astonishing. I'm calling that one a tie. It's a tie. It's a draw, ladies and gentlemen. As for Antichrist Superstar versus the Downward Spiral, I'm going with the Downward Spiral. See you later, Jason. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Meatmun, how goes it in the hose it, sir? How are you doing, my friend? The 90 out of 100, by the way, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time for that because I have to be out of here by 7. And that there be a long-ass album. Now, granted, we don't have a queue at the moment, but I'm going to be taking a break here very, very shortly. But welcome, Meatmun. We are happy to see you. Surprised Evil Toad hasn't been in here as of yet today, as you know, Saturday is traditionally his day to be in. I don't know if you saw the poll, Mr. Munn, Mr. Meat, Mr. Sir. But if you have not, then there it is right there for you to scope out and vote. That poll will end at 5:30. And then we'll probably do another poll that will run for about an hour or so before the stream ends. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to return, and we will see what we're going to do for the second half of our stream, although the second half is going to be a little bit longer than our first half, it does appear. So what am I going to leave you guys with? I want to give you guys something kind of cool. I want to look in those 2020 releases, and we're going to give you guys something cool from 2020 is I think what we're going to do. Something recent. Something relatively recent. Hey, I tell you what, we're going to go into Post-Human Big Bang. And we are going to rock with Bitter Tears. 9-minute on this album. This is off the same album that had Cycles, entitled Jungle Eyes. Maru gave us a sample of this album on Thursday with a request. So here's another track off of that one. And I will return momentarily, everybody. If you haven't voted in that poll yet, be sure to do so. Although right now it is a runaway. Where am I at? I don't know. I will return shortly. Hello. We have returned. Oh, that took a little longer than I thought. What did you think about Bitter Tears by Post-Human Big Bang? What were your thoughts? Yes, you heard kitties. Maybe you saw kitties. I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Here's a Christmas. And Maru, just for you, especially considering what you just did. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I was looking. I just looked at the area where the camera was supposed to be, forgetting that I was holding it. But there's Blazy. Blazy, come say hi. Come say hi to Maru. Hey, Nemo's out there hissing. Stop it. Oh, everybody's coming in now. And then there's Cornell in the background. Cornell, the big boy. He's a big man. The big man on campus right now is Cornell. He's overtaken the others as the biggers. When is Videomania over? As of right now, Videomania's last date is meant to be probably this coming, not a week from today. It's really meant to be Tuesday. But I do have some news that may influence that a little bit. So we'll get to that momentarily. But I first want to address the donation that just came through that has guaranteed video number 30. Why is Facebook trying to take priority over other things? Because that's just what it does. It's awful. So Maru has donated $100 and has given us a pair of options. The options are either she would like it to be gifted to the. I would like for this to be gifted to our dear friend Blanky if that is possible. I will do my best to see if I can maybe nudge him somehow to understand that he now has a video in his back pocket. So the option 2 is a thorough review of the new Arion album Transitus, unless it's already paid for, which it is not. That is not an idea that is across any video or anywhere else. So here's what I'm going to do, because Maru, you have been exceptionally generous throughout the event, is that I am going to go ahead and put you down for the Arion review for Transitus. I can't talk. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put a little note here. Also ask Water Blanc for video next we see him. So that way we'll have that that'll be able to be utilized both ways, considering that is a tremendously kind thing to do for one of our friends who does not come out as often. He does not. We don't get to see him as much, but he is doing very, very well. He's very happy from what he said the last time that we did see him. I'm going to see if there's a way that I can indeed ping him. I'm going to search through some old emails, because I have a feeling that I did receive an email from him in the past, and if not, then I know that I've certainly gotten messages on Last.fm from him. So the question will then be how active he is over there these days, which I don't think is as active as he used to be. I remember it was actually Blanc that got me back into being on Last.fm. You know, he was the reason why my 6.5 year break was over. This was last September. It was around this time last year, in fact. I think we're getting up on the 1 year anniversary of me being back on Last.fm, because he was deep into it, and he was talking with Evil Toad about it, who just had gotten an account, I think, earlier in 2019. So it became a new part of the stream that those with Last FM received information, received the title and the song, the band and the song title of each song that we played, and that way they could Scrabble it. So, very nice, and that was awesome. I thank you very much for that. That's pretty freaking sweet. Not only because of the idea and the, we have to talk about that new Arion album whenever it comes out. It's got to happen. It's going to be a great release. But anyway, to get back into when viewer Videomania is going to reach its ultimate crescendo and its ultimate ending, the answer to that question has gotten a little bit complicated over the last couple of days. Because I do owe you guys one stream. So originally the final date was going to be this coming Saturday. So a week from today, it was going to be on the 19th of September. However, I do owe you a stream from a Thursday that I was unavailable. So my plan was to move the final date to the following Tuesday. So that date was going to be, I believe, the 22nd of this month, 10 days from today. That is correct. Now, that was supposed to be the ending day, but it may have to change. Because, if you remember me talking over the course of the past week about there being some work done to our garage. That work was supposed to begin on Monday. It was supposed to begin 2 days from today. Now, that unfortunately had to change because, for one, they've not had the opportunity as of yet to come out and power wash the garage and get it prepared for the painting and for the foundation work that is required, because there's a part of the foundation on the back side of the garage which is cracked and needs to be repaired, else further damage throughout the years. It's not something that would have caused a problem, say, in a month or in 3 months, but at some point down the line, that damage was going to eventually lead to a partial collapse. So, and that would not be good. It just structurally needs reinforced in order to ensure that it stays structurally sound and does not have anything bad happen to it down the line. It just needs fixed. It's needed fixed, I think, for a very, very long time. Long before I moved in. I don't really know what caused it. I don't know if it was just structurally unsound whenever they built it. Probably not. It was probably something that happened. Maybe there was an accident, or something just sort of broke, or maybe during a period of heavy rain or big time snow, maybe there's a little flood issue that caused corrosion or something. I don't know. I couldn't even predict. Honestly, with the way that it looked to me, it looked like something hit it really, really hard. You know what I mean? It looked like there was an impact, because it's a crack that also has a centralized location. I don't know. The point is that originally they were to power wash it, and then they were to start the process this coming Monday. However, they had not power washed it yet, so Dad and I gave them a call on Friday. They got hung up a little bit at some other jobs that they were doing, so they had to reset the date. So now the power washing is to happen this coming Friday, which is inconsequential to us because that is not a stream day. But the day in which they are to come and do the work would be on Tuesday, which is the 22nd. It would be the last day of viewer Videomania. So, as a result of that, and barring any other changes, there will probably not be a stream on the 22nd of September. And instead, the last day of Video Viewer Mania will be on Thursday, the 24th. But you know how we oftentimes, during these projects, tend to have an overtime date. I always like to keep an overtime date available in case we have music requests that we still have to play, or just to give you all one last chance. It usually started off because we were relatively close to a goal back in the old incentive days, back whenever we had multiple incentives, or it was because the race was really, really tight for a bid war or something like that. Now it's kind of just become a tradition. So, as of right now, the tentative schedule for Viewer Videomania is that we will have a stream this coming Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, as we have been over the course of the last couple of weeks. And then the last 2 days, or the last day officially of Viewer Videomania, will be Thursday, the 24th of September. I want to make sure that my calendar is correct here. Yes. And then the overtime date, the last day, period, will be on the 26th, a Saturday, 2 Saturdays from today. That will be when that goes down. Does that mean that the streams will stop after that? Absolutely not. What that will probably mean, though, is that in October, stream dates may get a little more random. I'll still aim to come on familiar days, such as Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, because this seems to be a schedule that works out. We probably won't have any goals in mind or anything like that. We'll just come and hang out. We'll just come and we'll talk. We'll listen to some tunes. We'll have discussions. I'll give you updates about how the videos are coming and how all of that is going. We'll do some neat stuff then. Maybe by October there will be another theme in mind. There will be another thing to do. Hard to tell, I wish that I could tell you that there was like a CKN calendar of things that we always do. We do always seem to do, or at least for the past 3 years, we've done Viewer Videomania, or just Videomania in general, around this time. I think the first one was a little later in the year. I think it was closer to the end of the year, 2 years ago. But last year's was right around this time. So that may just, maybe that'll become a tradition. Maybe next year, we'll do some more videos, and we'll do that around this time of year, and that will just be a tradition. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know what's going to happen, a week from now or a week after Videomania ends. I could get a call that basically says, hey, we're going to offer you a job that is going to require you to make some serious decisions about what you're doing on YouTube, or what you're not doing on YouTube, your streaming schedule, or your, any of this. It's hard to tell, because I'm still actively looking at other avenues as well. Have to in this environment. But let's not give that too much thought at this moment. Let's instead take a look here at what we've got. We have 30 videos that have been funded thus far. Remember, if we make it to 40, then there will be 10 more given it for free. But if we make it to 50 funded videos, 20 away from that with essentially 2 weeks to go, Diabarathon. Not looking forward to that if that happens. If we make it to 100, then I don't know, I might do backflips or piss all over myself. I don't know what the fuck I'll do if that happened. Maybe then we'll finally have that Rank-A-Mall Buckethead. No. Oh wait, no, we already know that's going to be at 100 videos. It's Merzbow. It's Blanky's favorite band whenever we talk sports. Hey, maybe Maru, maybe if I start talking sports, like it'll somehow summon Water Blanc, and we'll be able to let him know the good news. So, hey, football's starting this weekend. I know that the Chiefs and the Texans, man, that embarrassment of all those people booing during that solidarity display. Man, oh man, I could go on a rant about that, but no thanks. I'd rather not. I had one scheduled for Facebook and promptly deleted it. Should be a really fun weekend, whenever it comes to that, starting tomorrow. Damn, that's all I got. Shit. Why? Because the Pirates suck, and, you know, the Lakers are probably going to win the stupid NBA championship. Who gives a shit about them? You know. We hit 100 bad song 24-hour stream. What all is in the queue? Currently, nada. We currently do not have a queue. Now, Meatman, I will say we probably, you know, we can't do the 90 out of 100 right now, sadly, because I have to be out of here by 7. And I know that album is, was that 140 minutes? It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that would put us, that'd be too late. Especially considering we do have the, we have, was that Faustian Echoes to play directly after it. So that's basically 2 hours and 40 minutes that we have to have free. So I put that on there as part of the stream title because in case you popped on like immediately, then maybe we would have done that. But as of right now, we have nothing on board at the moment. And the only type of metal that Fantana likes is drone doom. Are you talking about his love of Sun? Because Sun does have some pretty decent stuff out there. Don't I have more in your queue? You do. Actually, that is very true. That is very, very true. Let's go over to Meet Monathon. We did, in fact, play As I Lay Dying the other day. But we do have another Dream Theater album that we can play, and that's Black Clouds and Silver Linings. So let's go ahead into that with A Nightmare to Remember. Aside from that, though, Meatman, we pretty much have covered just about everything. We have covered pretty much everything, I believe, as I were to recall. And just as a confirmation, by the way, Mun, I do have Faustian Echoes directly after The Astonishing on the playlist to ensure that that is done properly, as it needs to be done. As it needs to be done. Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond's great. Don't you dare diss Sweet Caroline. Bop, bop, bom. Good times never seem so good. Hey, should we do a poll update? Should we do a poll update? No, we shouldn't. We'll do a poll update in a couple of minutes. We'll do that at 5 o'clock whenever we have just a half an hour left of it. There's the poll right there for those of you who are in here and did not vote in it yet. If you haven't voted, shame on you. This isn't the U.S. presidential election. This is something that's actually relevant and fun and won't cause all of us to be completely and totally fucked. You actually want to vote in this poll because this poll, it's poll. As I just freaking leak all over my own face while drinking water. Sweet Caroline's been played to death here in the UK. It's been played to death here too, but you know what? I'm used to it. I have a good excuse to be used to it too. Because see, my mom, my mother, my esteemed madre, not the person who brought me into this world, but the person who had to deal with me, considering I'm adopted. But her favorite song whenever I was growing up was not initially a Neil Diamond song. It was a song called Lady in Red, which to this day I can still hear in my head, and I'm still kind of like toward it. It's an alright song. I feel like ballads. But her favorite artist, the person who she has seen, I think, the most in concert is Neil Diamond. So, I've heard Sweet Caroline a lot. I've heard a lot of Neil Diamond songs quite frequently, and did so when I was growing up. In fact, one of my favorite stories, it's not even really a story, like one of the things that I remember about being like younger was that my mom and dad both went to a Neil Diamond concert whenever I was young. This was like in the 90s, so I was probably no more than maybe 11 or 12 years old. I can't remember the exact date. However, I remember that whenever they came home, I can remember them talking about how good of a time they had, and that my dad, who at that point in time didn't show like a fuck ton of emotion, like he was a little bit more of a, he was a workaholic essentially, who was always very geared toward getting jobs done and things like that. He was a smiles and he was a smiles guy as opposed to necessarily being like a real like active, dancey, singy type person. I remember hearing that whenever he was at the show, like the thing that my mom said was that, oh, your dad was up and dancing around, and I'm thinking, really? My dad? Are you sure? Are you positive, Mom? Which, sure enough, it was true. And he's become a lot more crazy as years have gone on, considering I've infected him with my breed of comedy. And he's infected me with his breed of comedy slash, what's the word I'm looking for? Cynicism. But that was back before his back got hurt, and then afterward, the same thing was said about a freaking Celtic women show that he was up and dancing around to that too. That was in the mid 2000s. And I'm like, once again, like, even though I remember the story from the Neil Diamond show, I had the same damn reaction. I looked at my mother and I'm like, are you sure? Are we talking about the same guy here? Sure enough. Sure enough. Brother, the only thing that's going to happen if you give me a Snickers is that it might chip another one of my teeth. I haven't ate a Snickers in over 2 years now because one of them chipped a tooth of mine. To this day, I still have problems with it. Just discovered the body cosmic by Ibatis and was wondering if it was mentioned in any videos last year. Yeah, the top 50. It was in the top 50 video, my friend. I'm not going to tell you where in the top 50, but yes, it was mentioned there. I live in Tampa Bay, and the best sports team here is the Rowdies. But Porky Pig, you have Thomas Brady now, and Roberto Gronkowski. Now your team, everybody thinks they're going to be an instantaneous Super Bowl contender. Because Roger Goodell, whenever he sees Tom Brady, his little wee-wee gets hard. But I got you, Narion. They're a great band, man. I'm glad that you found them. I'm glad I was able to give that to you in a little bit, This is a 2001. That's my favorite TV show at the moment. Jamie, I'm going to be honest with you. The only television show that I keep up with new episodes with right now is Jeopardy. I watch new episodes of Jeopardy. I don't watch a lot of sitcoms from this era, To give you an example of my week, or like my month, I've been going through episodes with Faith of Roseanne. We watched some Angry Beavers. Watched an episode or two of Rugrats and Doug, kind of going on a 90s cartoon binge a little bit, every so often. My favorite show of all time is House, and I've not even watched an episode of that in probably about 2 years. So I need to get back to that. We've watched through episodes of The X-Files, Golden Girls. I'm a big Golden Girls guy, and I'm not even afraid to admit it. No freaking balls, dude. I don't care. I love that show. The show's awesome. But, yeah, I don't watch a ton of modern TV, if I'm being honest with you. What, man? You want everybody to see you? Jesus Christ, knocking down everything here. Yes, of course, you had to be one of the boys, and you had to fall over too, you piece of shit. Mittens. Okay. Hey, Mitten. This is the alpha of the 7 of them. This is the big boy. This is the alpha of all those. That's Big Mitts. Mitt the Tit. El Matone. This is my buddy at night. I know why he's meowing. I know what he wants. But unfortunately, Daddy's working right now. I can't go over to the couch and lay down and have you lay in my arms. The Milwaukee Bucks are the good Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks are the God Bucks. They are out here. They are out. The Heat took them to task. But by comparison to the Pittsburgh Pirates, oh yeah, they are incredible. They are incredible. If we had that team in baseball form, we'd shit our pants like we did over the course of the mid part of the 2010s. Whenever we won a grand total of like 2 playoff games. How many do I have? I have 7. There's 7 of them. You'll see some more than others. Like you'll see certain ones more than others because they are a little more active and roam a good bit during the day. But in most cases, whenever I stream, I'm streaming during their typical nap time, as they do nap a lot during the afternoons. Cats sleep in between usually 15 to 18 hours a day. But usually what happens is that they sleep a lot during the afternoon, and then they will wake up for the evening / early night. And then usually during the overnight, they'll sleep with, one or both of us. What's the matter, Miss? What's going on? I know what you're doing. You're playing. Hey. Why are you playing with my shoe? That's my shoe. It goes on my foot. It doesn't go in your mouth. You silly. Have you listened to the band The Anchor? I don't believe so. That name doesn't strike me as familiar. That name does not strike me as familiar. Yeah, the Padres being good are very weird. Yeah, the Pirates being bad was predictable, but here's the thing. With your budget out there in Philly, you being in second place is completely and totally unacceptable and a fucking disgrace. Believe me, I've had this conversation with a dude that got his little pee-pee all hard for Philadelphia whenever they started blowing money. And, acts like they're the greatest things in sliced bread whenever they can't even win a goddamn division with a $400 million budget. By the way, whenever it comes to the Flyers, see ya! Whenever it comes to the Eagles this year, see ya! Whenever it comes to the Penguins this year, see ya! Whenever it comes to the Pirates this year, see ya! Whenever it comes to the Steelers this year, probably see ya! PA right now is struggling with their sports clubs, my friend. But, I mean, I gotta tell you, I gotta be real. If you're willing to spend $400 million and your team cannot even take a division where your only real competition's Atlanta, I mean, it's another one of those showcases like you saw with Cleveland with the Cavaliers a couple years ago, where LeBron James got basically an all-star cast around him, thinking that would mean that he's going to be able to just relax. And what happened during that first half of that season? They sucked. They were barely afloat. They were barely 500. And they got rid of them all, and had to be LeBron versus LeBron and a bunch of cast-offs versus the world, and all of a sudden they were great. Cornell, what in the world are you? Look at this nonsense. Okay, you just barely missed it. He was with it. He was inside of my coat. He was inside my coat and being a dork. He's trying to wear my clothes. Instead of baby, you can drive my car, baby, you can wear my coat. Or corny, you can drive... Yeah, you can drive my coat. Good God. The only thing wrong with the Steelers is that they're putting all of their eggs in the Roethlisberger basket, and I just have absolutely no trust in Mason Rudolph at all. At all. But, yeah, he's so random. None of the old boys were like, none of the older cats were into being underneath blankets. Like you would put them underneath, like you could like wrap blankets around them and they would be fine, but they wouldn't willingly go inside of blankets and be ridiculous. And then Cornell comes along and he prefers it. Like he'll just be laying somewhere, and if he wants to lay with you, but he doesn't want a blanket to be between you and him, he'll just find a way to get inside the blanket and lay with you that way. Or just get inside the blanket and just play around while he's in there. I once found him whenever I went upstairs. He was wrapped in the sheets of the bed. It looked like he was in a cocoon or like a nest. So you just had this, you just saw on the side of the bed, it looked like the bed had a tumor. Like it looked like the bed had a gigantic tumor that was being wrapped by bed sheets. So that was like the extra skin that was, preserving the tumor from bursting. And I'm like, what in the world is? I probably know. So I start, unwrapping it, and there's Cornell, and he doesn't give me this look like, oh, I got caught up in here. He gives me this look like, hey, why'd you do that? Like he was saying, close the door. Put those back on me. But even still, like, he's just such a dork. He's just such a dork. His favorite toy is a little spring that I flick. In fact, if I have opportunity here in a little bit, I'll take a look and see if I can't find one to show you. But both he and Ember both really like those little springs. Ember also likes a little sparkle ball, because she's a girl, Not that matters. Blazy loves the crinkle ball that you saw me playing with her with, last Saturday, or this past Tuesday, whichever day that was. And then the three boys and their mom just kind of hang out. Hey, it's 5 o'clock. Not only is it 5 o'clock somewhere, it's 5 o'clock here, so it's time for us to update the poll that you're about to see in stream, or in chat there. There's only a half an hour left. There's only a half an hour left for this poll, just so you're aware. And then we will move on to another poll that will cover the second half of the stream. Though I will say this, we might be able to just lock this one up right now, because the results are as follows so far. It's a 3-horse race. Third place right now with 3 votes, Rank 'em All Corpaclani. Second place with 5 votes, Dark Fortress with Spectres of the Old World, an album review of that excellent disc, and my current number 1 as of June the 12th of this year, here in 2020. I have a full album review of that disc. That's with 5 votes. And then there's 20 to 30 Unknown Masterpieces currently in the lead with 21 votes, which is 72.5% of all votes. It is dominating. Walking the floor like it's the team with the $400 million budget. So I don't know. I'd say it's probably out of reach that anybody is going to come back and potentially affect this result But we're going to keep that up. Well, I mean, here we go. We just had another person vote, and it wasn't for 20 to 30 unknown masterpieces. Now the overall that they have has slipped down to 70% of the votes. Alright, I'm going to take a look here at what will be the other poll that we do. Now this poll is going to have a couple more options. I need to find out which number it is as well. All these things are multi-tiered processes. Oh dear. Everybody going crazy. They're going nuts. They're going nuts. Okay, I think I have found which is which. I beg your pardon, boys. Your father's trying to work. Yes, indeed. It's going to be video number 17. So we're going to go ahead and get this poll rolling. Oh my god. Oh my god, stop it. That was ridiculous. Oh, I guess that is allowed. That is a number of characters. I figured that would be way too much. This might be too much. Rite of passage. I don't start to get home. I'm gonna put these in the poll as. I'm going to stylize them. Nah, we're going to stylize these. Just capitalize a letter. Capitalize a T and a B. T and B. I want to make sure that this has a deadline to end today at 6:45. So we're going to have ourselves another straw poll link coming. Oh yeah. I have a feeling we can call this other one. I want to know your opinion, ladies and gentlemen. With 20 minutes left, right now 20 to 30 Unknown Masterpieces has an 18 vote lead over its closest competition. Because that lead actually just grew. They just got 2 more votes. Should we just go ahead and call that and say that that is our winner, or should we continue on until 5:30 as we plan to? Let me know what you think, chat. Do we keep it going, or are we going to call it and declare 20 or 30 Unknown Masterpieces as the winner? Mara says it's done. Metal Mike says call it, hit the button. Bruce says, I say we call it right here. Say if I get about 2 or 3 more people saying to go ahead and call it and end it, we will do exactly that. As I'd say, most of you who are in chat and communicating right now have probably already voted on the matter. Meatman says leave it. Meatman being the contrarian, unless he means leave it to die. It's already done. I think Meatman's saying to leave it up. Curious. Well, what I will do is that will still be in the Netherverse here. Maybe if I see anybody new come in within the next couple of minutes or so, I will give them the option to vote for that. But I am going to toss you the new link, the link for the other poll. We're going to go ahead and do that. So this is for video number 17. Much more in the way of options on this one. We have a total of 6. So this one is going to be I'm feeling this one's going to be a little closer. So hey, there is a poll in chat. There's a new link for a new straw poll for video number 17. This is our second video poll of the day. I think it may be our last. Let me check on this real fast. 1, 2, that's been done, that's been done. As of right now, that is going to be our last one. Unless Nazarene is still here and has a video idea. I have not seen the FBI files repeat since last time, so whether or not we see him again, we will see. Same thing with Myth MS. We haven't gotten anything from him as of yet. And OA, you actually, you have a video idea that you can offer to us as well, thanks to Maru from a little ways ago. So you do have a video idea in your back pocket that you can let me know what it is you would potentially like for that poll. If I'm being honest, I haven't listened to this song in a while. It's been at least, oh my gosh, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. I need to go ahead and vote my own poll. Yes, we do have 6 different options on this poll. Those options are the top 10 albums of this year so far. Debating on 3 post-Aussie albums, Heaven and Hell, Born Again, and Headless Cross. We have a Wild Run, Olden Tales, and Deathly Trails review. An excellent album that is definitely worth reviewing. It's a precursor to last year's Album of the Year. Best band lineup changes, so that would be more of a discussion video, maybe a list. I'm thinking more of a discussion type vid. We have best fill-ins in a band, which has the examples of Tim Owens with Priest or Dio with Sabbath, Blaze Bayley with Iron Maiden. Again, another discussion style video. And then finally, there are the top 10 technical death metal bands. I feel awful for Jeff Loomis, and there is still going to be a part of me that hates Angela Gasol. I think for the rest of her career, because Jeff had mentioned, and I think Worrell had also mentioned in interviews throughout the year before his passing, that a Nevermore reunion was a possibility. They didn't say that anything was in the works, but it was a possibility. And then it came out that Angela denied Jeff the opportunity to participate in a Nevermore reunion if they were to decide to do that. I honestly have not been a huge Arch Enemy individual for... It's been quite a while. It has been quite a while. So, it was almost like right after Wages of Sin, and I heard how much the band changed with the follow-up, and then how much that continued. It just got me really... It's kind of like the same thing that with In Flames in that era, is that now you sort of knew that you were not going to go in there expecting anything wild, or expecting anything that was going to either knock your socks off or be extremely different to what they were doing already. So it's even hard for me to get into the new stuff with Alyssa as the vocalist, because it just feels like Angela's paw prints are over all of it, every little thing. It just feels that way, because whenever you listen to what Alyssa did prior in her former band, it's not the same thing that was going on in Arch Enemy, you know. But it seems like her coming into Arch Enemy, you know, like all of a sudden, oh, you have to shift your entire focus. But I don't know. It's rough. It's rough. But yes, OA, you do have, if you have a video idea, a video that you would love to see, do let me know what that is, so I can put that in with one of the polls that we're going to have in the future. I don't know if Arch Enemy necessarily sold out, as Arch Enemy got popular, and they fell into the same trap as In Flames of that decade, and it's kind of like the Nickelback effect. That's what I've kind of come to call it, as the Nickelback effect, where they saw that something got over, so they figure, oh, well, we just have to do that again and again with every album thereafter, and we're good to go. You know? And it's a darn shame. And it's a darn shame, too, because whenever I first got into Arch Enemy, it was because of Wages of Sin. It wasn't because of the Johan albums. I didn't hear those until afterward. I bought Wages of Sin and really loved that album a lot. And then after my best friend actually got Burning Bridges and Stigmata, that was when my love affair with those albums began, and that actually overtook how I felt about Wages of Sin a little bit. You know, he continued on with Arch Enemy, and I did as well. You know, it's not like I just walked away. But with each passing album, I was less and less impressed. And it was to the point where even seeing them, I saw them live with Gigantor 2006, and the whole entire time that I was there, I was just thinking, this is the same show that has Overkill and Opeth and Megadeth. I didn't think of them as a band that was a must-see for me. It changed so quickly. It changed so damn quickly, and it's still bothersome to this day that change occurred in my mind and sort of in my soul and everything regarding Arch Enemy, because whenever I got into them, I was so hot on them, you know. And that was before... Listen, I got that album without even realizing that the lead singer of Arch Enemy was a woman. And that doesn't matter, you know. It doesn't matter if singer was man or woman or anything like that. Because I would listen to, I would listen to stuff that was basically like radio on digital cable. They would have these 50 or 60 music channels on the very highest numbers back whenever digital cable first came out. And they were like radio stations, only they had graphics up that would show you, they would show you the album cover and it would show you, you know, what the name of the album. It gave you all the information that you needed. It's very similar to like modern day Sirius XM, only it was able to give you more information since it was on a bigger screen. You know, it was sort of the precursor to your modern day music player that you get on like Spotify or iTunes or whatever. But about Machine Head EP or a Machine Head EP review. Which EP are we talking? Are we talking about? They just put out an EP. I think I have something on there for Machine Head thus far. Let's see here. Hold on. Let's see here. I do have a review for Machine Head Circle the Drain. That is video number 13 currently. Like Music Choice. That might have been the same brand. I don't know. I feel like that hasn't, like the format of it has never changed, but perhaps who is behind it, you know, the company that created it may have gotten bought out or whatever, you know. I don't know. But that sounds extremely familiar. That sounds very familiar. Hey, here is the new poll link, by the way. Here's the new poll link, by the way. Do scope that. Do check that. Do make sure you love it to death and give it all the votes required. All the votes you need to. Give it a click. Also, the previous poll is about 7 minutes away from being concluded. And I'm going to tell you, there were a couple more votes, but they were for our number one. So I'm going to go ahead and call it. Because with 7 minutes left, it would take a miracle upon miracles for this to reverse. The video number 14 is going to be 20 to 30 unknown masterpieces. So Randall, the winner for that one. With a heck of a suggestion right there. I'm going to do my thing over here. I've been keeping poll links as part of my my records. So I like to get those too. So I have every poll link, though whether or not they still work or whatever, I don't know. $16 votes thus far on the poll for number 17, for video number 17. Have a good evening, Jamie. Have yourself a good one. I appreciate it. Alright, there we go. Yeah, good to go here. Around mid-2000s, some people said that Opeth sold out. I don't know. That to me is kind of weird. Because there really wasn't too much of a drawn-out period of their history. Oh, excuse me. Speaking of In Flames, have I checked their Spotify recently? I have not. Which means I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that currently. Oh, God. There's the what? The arcade version of I the Mask? Does that mean everything is an 8-bit? I think even in 8-bit mode that would get it irritating after a while. So they have Clayman 2020, where they did the 5 songs, and now they have Clayman 2020, or the Clayman the 20th Anniversary Edition, where it is remastered. So wait, hold on, let me take a look here. So they re-recorded 4 songs, and then they just remastered the thing. And then threw the re-recorded songs at the end. So you could literally just sit there and... What? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? Yeah, your suggestion was a Machine Head EP review? I didn't realize they had an EP out. I thought that Circle... See, I haven't looked at Machine Head's Spotify in... Well, probably ever since I was doing stuff for the 1180 earlier this year. Because the 1180 did feature a couple of Machine Head albums, such as Through the Ashes of Empires and The More Things Change. Oh, Civil Unrest. I'll be damned. I will be damned. Well, very good. More reasons for Rob Flynn to be mad at me. And then say, well, on Spotify, I have 1.3 million monthly listeners. How many do you have? And I'll be like, I don't know. Like 7. But they all like me. But they all like me. I don't get... If you're just going to remaster the album, I don't understand why there was a need to re-record those songs. That makes no sense to me. You know what else? You know what that reminds me of? I'm going to tell you what it reminds me of. Somebody over on the CKN Facebook page in a group is doing their own Rank 'em All, and they're doing Rank 'em All Queensryche. And I was reminded during their review for Frequency Unknown that, oh yeah, Jeff Tate with that version of Queensryche decided to re-record a couple of Queensryche's more classic songs and put them, slapped them at the end of that album. And I remember whenever I listened to it and how those, which could have saved the album, were shit too. We're just shit too. You only listen to trap? See, I understand that. I get that so much. I only listen to Lost Prophets. I only listen to Lost Prophets and Kid Rock. 2 favorites right there. Right there. Right there. And sometimes whenever I'm feeling really crazy, whenever it's a night where I'm just getting out of fucking control, Nickelback, man. Can't get enough of them. Can't get enough of them. Cannot get enough of them. Trap, though, that's for whenever I'm really feeling like making America great again. That's the only time I dish that out. Which means every day, because I want to make America great again every day. Though the Tate re-recordings were terrible. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You could tell that they even rushed with that, which is terrible because that means that their thought process, and the reason why those songs even had a recording behind them was that the new version of the band, the new version of Tate's band, needed to know that material for whenever they went out and performed live. So they had to learn that material if they didn't know it already. And so whenever they're recording Frequency Unknown, they just slap it at the end there. They just slap it at the end. Because the originals, you know, they only worked about 15 minutes on those. So 15-minute covers, might as well slap them on there too. What is happening here? I am so confuzzled. So many Metal Gear Solid noises. So little time. And I think I actually missed out. I missed on 2 donations here. So let's go back and rectify this. Let's go back and rectify this situation, shall we? Yes, indeed. Let's do that. Firstly, we missed $7 by Justin Neely, who wants to hear Acid Bath Bleed Me an Ocean. So you just got home. It was a hot one today. Can't wait for the cooler weather. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for all the humidity. How is the humidity in your area? Today there is... You could feel it, but you don't really feel it like heat, because there is a ton of wind in the area currently. We don't have any like tropical systems or anything, obviously, but I think there's just a storm system that is interacting a bit with the front that is keeping it warmer in this area, you know, blocking all of that cold air that they got out west. So the interaction between those two air masses is causing some pretty good wind, 20-25 mile per hour wind. Nothing compared to what you guys all faced down there during the hurricane. So, you know, Laura was clearly the bigger beast than these little dinky things that we're dealing with over here. These little dinky winds that, you know, that's freaking, you know, they are... They are child mode by comparison. But then we also have Mitar coming back. He has come back again. $4.48. I know that was meant to be $5, so it's going to be $5 on the board there. I thank you very much for that, sir. That donation comes without a comment. If there's a 5-minute long song that you would like to hear, Mitar, then do please let me know what it is. And also, Justin and Mitar, both of you can offer another video suggestion for this poll. This poll is going to be a big one, it looks like. So far, I think we have 6 people in on this poll. But this is a bit of an emotional song right here. Hey, yes, I am a fan of Power Trip. Rest in peace to Riley. Rest in peace to Riley. And way too young to leave us. Way too young. Yeah, I think it was Thursday we played about 3 or 4 tracks from Nightmare. Oh shit. Give it a little bit more of a cranksy. There we go. Yeah, Ozzy right now is not looking good. He is starting to truly look the age. What will happen to the band right now? You know, if they wanted to continue on with another singer, I don't really know if that would be the best thing. But I would understand why they would maybe consider that idea, because they already have sort of the established name. I have a better feeling that the rest of the band may filter into their own projects. It may filter into their own projects. So I don't know. That's a really good. That's a really good question. That's a terrific question. So I don't know. I'm hoping that this does not mean the end of their music, you know, their journey as musicians. You know, I'm really hoping that that is not something that comes from it. I would rather it to be a positive thing. Hey, Myth, I can absolutely play that song. Have you thought of a video idea that you would like to see or would like to offer for the poll, Myth? Because you had credit from last stream as well. I imagine winds of 300 kilometers per hour. No, because I think of miles per hour. My brain just can't handle KPM or KPH. I'm kidding. No, I can't think about that anyway. Dorian was horrible. Dorian was absolutely horrible. Brandon, are we talking about? We're talking about Power Trip. New singer and a name change. You could do that, sure. And honestly, you know, whenever a band loses a member, it doesn't necessarily mean that they need to cease. You know, they need to stop. So even if they got a new singer and just went on as Power Trip, I would not, you know, that wouldn't cause me any sort of grief or any strife among me. Like, I wouldn't be less likely to listen to Power Trip just because they replaced somebody who passed away, you know? That's, you can't help that. You honestly cannot help that. You got your video last time. That was Fate's Warning 7-star. Do you get another one? No, that was a song request that you got last time. We played the song. What I mean by a video idea, like a video that I would make. Like, if you wanted me, for example, to review the album that Daylight Dies song that you requested is on, that would be the idea. Or maybe you want to hear the top 10 atmospheric death metal bands of all time, or maybe you want to rank them all of Fate's Warning, something of that variety. That's more what I mean by a video idea, my friend. Thanks again for the donations, though. I appreciate that greatly. Yeah, and Justin, I know that you're watching, buddy. I know that you don't chat in the chat room there, but you have another. You just got yourself another video idea in your back pocket, my friend. With that donation, I appreciate it. We'll get those tracks on once we conclude Black Clouds and Silver Linings by Dream Theater, which it's going to be a little while. We have about 6 minutes remaining to the best of times, and then The Count of Tuscany is the longest track on the album. It's 19:18. It is also a fantastic epic, so I highly recommend strapping in and enjoying the hell out of it, my friend. My friends, it's just great. I'm gonna take a short break actually here. While this is going on, I need to get myself another bottle of water. I'm going to check on the kiddos. I need another monster too. Like, I'm parched right now. I was going to use the bathroom. I got lots to do in 5 seconds. You guys want a poll update? I can give you guys a poll update. I didn't see his last Instagram story. I didn't have Riley followed over there. But, yeah, I'm going to take a break. I will give you guys a poll update after the break. We'll do the next poll update at 6 p.m. So here's the poll right there that you can vote on. Do that while I'm on break. Enjoy the heck out of some Dream Theater while I am gone. Hey, Pippin. Hey, look, everybody. Pippin's here. It's Pippin. Pippin. Mr. Pips. Mr. Pips. What's up? Smile, you're on Candy Camera. He just gave you guys the I love you slow blink. Such a good boy.
Good boy. You're such a good boy, buddy.
All right. I'll catch you guys momentarily. Be sure to vote in the poll. Hey, you want to take over for me, Snoopy? Go ahead, jump up on my chair. Take over for me. howdy! We have returned for our last hour of the stream today. Wowsy wow. While I'm out there, one of the neighbor kids next door just screams bloody murder. She's like, ah! For no reason. I don't get it. I don't understand kids. Oh, it's so funny. I'm gonna have to ask my parents tonight if I scream bloody murder all the time at random whenever I was a child. Like, I'm just gonna have to walk up to them whenever I go over there and say, hey, whenever I was a kid, did I just randomly run around going, ah! Or is that like a new thing? Is that a new thing? Yeah, maybe those kids are destined to be metalheads, considering they're screaming bloody gore at such a young age. Alright, who's talking about zebra cakes and not offering me one? The zebra cakes are amazing. They is great. They are stupendous. I desire a zebra cake currently. So if anybody would like to gift me a zebra cake, send it through the mail or something. That would be wondrous. We're going to update the poll here in about 8 minutes. Giving you guys another opportunity to vote if you have not voted already. There are about 30 of you in chat. 26 is the last note, and right now it says that 19 have voted. So, let's see what we got. I don't think you voted or reviewed Torche on the channel. Am I a fan? Yeah, Torche's pretty good. They are decent. Do they sell them on Amazon? They sell everything on Amazon. Like, you probably buy like a gross of them. Or you just go on there and just get like 17 boxes of zebra cakes. And like a couple of boxes, I could go down to my basement and put them in my deep freezer. And then whenever I get up, then you have to like stick them in the microwave so they're all gooey. Ooh. Autistic metal genre thoughts? I don't think you're ever going to see that. I mean, I'm sure that there are plenty that are on the spectrum, or there are probably musicians that are on the spectrum, but to have a whole genre be dedicated to that, I don't think you're going to see that. You got a box of 12 packs of 6? Nice. That's one of those big, like, economy sized. Like, if I wanted that, I'd have to buy like 2 or 3 boxes at the store. You know, we don't have a Sam's around here. That's the big problem. We don't have a Sam's Club. We need one. If we had a Sam's Club here in town, I'd be a member. You know, but since all of them are, down the line, you know, they're pretty. I mean, 30 minutes or 45 minutes isn't a hefty distance, but you know, it's a place I'm not going to go all the time. Somebody's in here. There's a kitty in here somewhere. He's in there under the couch. Who be you? Expose thyself. You're an ember. Never fear, Ember's here. There she is. She's looking at the camera like, what's that thing? Oh God, please, don't do that. And Corny's off in the distance like, I too am here. I also exist. Yeah, so like, I don't see there being that kind of like a genre for just that, only because, with most metal genres, and really with most genres as a whole, you're just going to have identifiers that are based off of the music itself, not trying to put a label on like disabilities and things like that. You know, like they have the Special Olympics, which I think is extremely fair and what you should do. You know, you definitely need to have an Olympics like that, because it's not like the Olympic Committee is all of a sudden going to be all-inclusive, you know, which is unfortunate. Because I guarantee you, I bet you some of the folks in the Special Olympics, they're so damn talented. You know, if you've ever had the opportunity to either watch that or the Paralympic Games or anything like that, my gosh, These folks are incredible. They're absolutely incredible people. They're incredible people doing incredible things, and but I think it's great that they have those Olympics for them also. I think it's terrific. Hey, take care, IE. We will see you on Tuesday for the next stream. Excuse you, Miss MB. What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't the Trapped vocalist have a Twitter meltdown? I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, I'm gonna get you. The MB is here. The MB is here. How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? Okay, you went down? Okay, go ahead. Okay. When they become such a punchline, they have been a punchline, at least for me, for a number of years because of the way that they acted. They were going to be the headliner of a local show around this area. This has been about, I want to say 8 years ago. Because there used to be a small little, like, I wouldn't call it a metal scene around here. It was kind of just a rock / metalcore scene that had a couple of bands, and they were to do a show at a local, I believe it was at a local farm. You know, it was a place that does haunted attractions every fall. It's not really a venue, but they've done outdoor shows before. They've done like little local festivals and stuff. And I believe Trapped was supposed to be the headliner of one of those shows. They may have been in another location, and I'm just completely like spacing on where the location was. But they ended up bailing on the show because it was quote unquote too small for them, when they were basically restricted to doing county fairs at that point. They were not doing big shows. So they've been a punchline for me for a while, but it really hasn't been as serious as it has been until recently, whenever they exposed themselves to be very deep into, you know, the MAGA and the Trump train territory, and they've gone on massive rants that have been, you know, against a lot of key developments and scenes and things like that. They basically become the type of people that say that athletes should shut up and play the game, that they shouldn't have the messages on the courts and stuff like that, but then there they are, they should just shut up and sing. You know, it's part of that whole idea. But again, the biggest punchline is that they think that they are big and big and big. And sure, I'm positive that Headstrong, as a single, it was a huge single, and it got them spots in video games. I remember hearing Trapped in, you know, Tiger Woods Golf all the way back in like 03 or 04. You know, I'm sure it's been in commercials and movies and things like that. You know, I'm sure that they've been able to live off of that song for a long time. I'm not denying that. But that's all they've got. That's all they've got. They had one other single of note, which was a song called Echoes, which is an okay song. It's an okay track. I'm not going to shit all over just because I don't like Trapped or I think that they're a bunch of douche canoes. You can think a band's full of a bunch of douche canoes, but yet still admit the fact that they've written a decent song. But aside from that, nothing else from their career has been memorable. The sales prove it. The songs prove it. And so them embracing a shitty attitude just makes it even worse for them. That's it. That's all that it really is. And they don't do anything to help themselves. The thing is that they have become a punchline because it's been easy to get anger and bane and all of this from people based off of the things that they have said, which has encouraged those that support their thoughts to check them out. It's actually kind of brilliant. You know, I hate to give the devil its due, but I have to give the devil its due. But the way in which they would be an even bigger punchline is if they made all that noise and nobody cared, which is how it should be. So if I see something new, like this would have been, whenever I was doing CKN Reacts, whenever I was doing that series, this would have been a huge video. Anything they said would have been a huge video because everybody has been talking about them, you know, usually making fun of them or poking fun or trying to, you know, stir the pot, poke the bear. So if I had done a video on that, it would have probably done very well. It would have been, you know, pretty big. I would have incurred various responses from both sides of the coin. It would have no longer been about what Trapped said. It would have been about what I said about Trapped. You know, it would have transferred. You know, and that would have had an effect on me, probably more than it would have had an effect on them. So that's really what the whole punchline is there, is that whenever things come out, we're kind of a people that can't help ourselves. You know, a lot of us need to immediately, you know, look at that, talk about that, discuss that, and what it's doing is it's making that 15 minutes of fame seem a lot longer. This is indeed a Dream Theater song playing. This is the Count of Tuscany. We're finishing off Black Clouds and Silver Linings, which we've been listening to for the past hour or so. Terrific album. Terrific album. Oh no, I need to get my picks in. Oh shit. What's my opinion on what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our conclusion. Wow. Justin just hits us with a $1 donation with his video idea. Top 10 House MD episodes. Damn. Everybody knows that House is my favorite show of all time, so very, very cool idea. Very, very cool idea. Me likey a lot. So Mitar, I hope you're still here. Oh God, I just clicked right off of that like a domo. I hope that you are still here, my friend. If you are, give me a hail. Give me a hail, yeah. We're getting to Bleed Me an Ocean by Acid Bath up next, which was requested by Justin. And that request came in a little bit before Mitar's did. Here's a little Acid Bath for you. About the job market treating the disabled community poorly. Well, I was in a position where I wasn't necessarily in charge of hiring at the music store, but I had an opinion. You know, my opinion was taken very seriously in that. Now, mind you, I was never placed in that position. I was never placed in the position where somebody who applied for the job and interviewed for the position was disabled, as far as I knew. You know, of course, there were folks that were, you know, had some mental, you know, some emotional or mental issues. Maybe they had bipolar disorder, or you know, maybe they had some problems, you know, emotionally, whatever that was. I never really looked at those things as a factor for whether or not I hired somebody, you know, or as a factor in my decision or my opinion of them. And I don't think that, and legally speaking, you can't do that. Legally speaking, you are not allowed to do that. That is what equal opportunity is all about. Those equal opportunity laws are supposed to mean that you cannot judge somebody or flat out not hire them based off of, you know, their orientation, their creed, or anything like that. Now, in some cases, those that, in some places that maybe don't see customers, the problem may be that they don't have wheelchair accessible, like a wheelchair accessible work area or a workstation. And in most cases, if you don't have that, you fail inspections, and your business needs to change that, and it has to become part of your production floor or whatever it is that you are using. And plus, these days, you have the option of potentially remote workplace, in some companies, in some distinctions. So there's no excuse. There's no excuse. I don't know what it's like in your area. I'm not sure if that comment was based off of experiences that you yourself had. I always looked at people for the quality of work that they could potentially bring. Social anxiety can sometimes be a bit of a deal breaker to some people, to some hiring companies, because if the job is a very social job, if it's one that does involve a lot of customer interaction, that's an aspect of your interview that you're probably not going to be good at, and that is going to probably hurt you. But chances are they don't know what your condition is. Chances are chances are they're not going to know unless you say, unless you offer the information, hey, I'm on the autistic spectrum, or hey, I have this, or hey, I have this issue. Unless you volunteer that information, they're not going to know. They're just going to look at the quality of the interview and make a judgment call based off of what the job is going to entail. At least that's my philosophy on things. That's my philosophy on things at the very least. So if they are, if they have judged you based off of other things, then, and I made a big mistake, I just noticed on the pad over there, if they are judging you based off of those things, whenever you've offered that information or you've let them know, and they've said to you specifically, oh, well, we don't hire autistic people or something like that, then that's a whole different problem altogether. Then you actually would have a potential legal case where you could bring up equal opportunity. It's not necessarily a slam dunk win, because a lot of companies have some really, really big, they got some big lawyers that are able to do a bunch of stuff, man. There's a stream poll, by the way. Hi, Evil Toad. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. We're going to do an update on that poll here shortly. You hurt your hand at work. Oh, dude. You hurt it on Friday and you can't do anything with your left arm, but you work at a foundry. Oh, man. Get that checked out, especially considering what your job is. If you hurt it at work. I'm going to tell you a quick little story here. After I acknowledge both the FBI Files repeats, thank you so much for the 59 krone, I believe is what that is, the Swedish krone. Yep, the Swedish krona. Thank you so much for that. About $6.73 in US dollar mode. We're gonna put that down at 7. And Porky Pig tossing down the $2 for Tool. Wants to hear H. So hey, Porky, you can get yourself a video idea in for me. And FBI, you have a video idea that I have not yet gotten from you that you can offer. So do not forget to give me that. Thanks again. I appreciate that. I almost put Porky Puig, which would have been really, really funny, because I'm imagining Yasiel Puig from God knows what team he's on now. The real hothead baseball player, and only he has the body of Porky Pig and stutters, and that's amazing. It's making me kind of happy in a weird way. Hey, up next we have some Daylight Dies. This was from our boy from Myth, who I think I'm still waiting on Myth's video idea as well. He's taking his time. He wants it to be a good one. He wants it to be damn good. He requested Sunset from Daylight Dies. So we will listen to that. Bam, here we go. Rockin' and rollin'. Video idea is top 10 live performances from Myth. Thank you very much, dude. I will get that in as part of the poll. I will say that this poll is going to be a big one. There's going to be at least, there's going to be potentially 7 people. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. You're still scheduled for the entire weekend. Oh, my. Ay, ay, ay. Well. Oh, That's tough. That's really tough, considering, that's a hard situation to be in. I know that you probably don't want to file a report, but you may not have a choice. FBI wants top 3 bass solos. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to expand that to a top 5, and we'll put that on the old list. So, Porke, you have a video idea that you can still offer. We have now another poll that we can do. We're going to hold off on that one until Tuesday. We're going to hold off on that one until Tuesday. And just to sort of close the loop, Nazarene, if you are still present in chat, first of all, y'all should be listening to her album. That's over on her YouTube channel. But you also have a video idea that you can offer as well. Congratulations again go out to Randall. I don't know what just happened. Oh, I hit Control instead of Shift. Which means, oh dear. Oh, you best not have done what I thought you did. Okay, you didn't. You just shut down. You didn't freaking eradicate yourself. My, if that would have happened, the anger would have rose. And I could only be angry at one person, and that's me. We'll have H after this. What is this song? This is Sunsets by Daylight Dies. Omens is tremendous. It is top 5 worthy. In fact, it is. I just listened to it again last night after not listening to it for maybe about a couple weeks, maybe a month. And, oh man, it got me right back into wanting to listen to Elder again. Like, I went back and listened to a couple tracks off of Reflections, listened to the whole of Lore. Where will the videos be at? They will be on YouTube. They will be on YouTube, so just keep your eyes peeled for those once that happens, man. I didn't plan on coming back and doing videos. I just planned on doing streams, but these are, all viewer-funded and viewer-requested, so figured, during these streams, folks donate and do things like that, and I figured, that deserves some sort of reward. That deserves some sort of reward, so here we are. I'm excited about making these too. That's the thing. Like, I think I kind of got one of the big reasons why I got super duper burnt out and hated my own review style and what I was doing was that I just had to always stay current. I was always worried about that because with the whole YouTube meta and all that, you have to worry about staying current because numbers mean ad dollars, mean blah, mean this, mean all that shit. So, to do something just because we want to do it, because you guys want to see it, and the hell with numbers and the hell with all that stuff. I love that. Hey, let's give that poll an update. Let me give you guys an update on this poll. I'm going to drop that link one more time in chat. If you've not yet voted in this poll, hey, where are you? Who are you? Nice to see you. Please vote in the poll. But hey, as of right now, here are the poll results for number 17. Right now we have 2 Video ideas that have a big old goose egg. They don't have a vote yet. We have top 10 technical death metal bands. No votes for that just yet. Best fill-ins in a band, e.g. Tim Ripper Owens with Priest or Ronnie James Dio with Black Sabbath. Big old goose egg right now. Wild Run's Olden Tales and Deathly Trails currently has 2 votes. The best band lineup change is currently in 3rd place with 3 votes. This one's been tight. In 2nd place, we have a 3-album post-Ozzy debate. 3 Black Sabbath albums with different vocalists, different lineups, really. Heaven and Hell with Ryan James Dio, Born Again with Ian Gillan, and Headless Cross with Tony Martin. That currently resides in 2nd place with 6 votes. But right now, as of the moment, the leader with 14 minutes left in the poll. No, excuse me, not 14. About a half an hour left in the poll. This one closes at 6:45. Top 10 albums of the year so far. So the equivalent of the old mid-season top 10, which I did many, many years ago. Next track that we have on the queue here, we have H from Tool. Probably the first Tool song I have listened to in a while. It has been a while. Hello. Hello, hello. I say hello to Olives, Alives, all of these. And I also say it to Ember, who was ripping at my chair and a little bit at my backside. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show everybody. I'm gonna show you everybody. Say hi. Say hi. He's like, what's going on? Come up. Come on. Come on. There you go. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. You gonna be my co-pilot? You gonna be my co-pilot? My co-host? My co-anchor? Are you gonna tell all the top stories of the day? You gonna let them all know? It's pronounced like an olive, yes. Olive! Hi, Alex! What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Was there a vote on that last idea from Wednesday, how new metal influenced the metal landscape, or not yet? No, I don't believe there has been a vote on that as of yet. No, it is not. Porky Pig, if you delivered an idea to me in chat, do me a favor and resubmit it, because I have missed it. I has missed it. Oh, you don't? Okay, that's fine. Take your time. No rush at all. That is not. I don't like thinking. I think we've had this discussion before. The tail stroking my head was hilarious. Yeah, that's fine. Is our super chat's fine? Yeah. If you're okay with giving YouTube 30%, I ain't gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you, man. Anything is good. And actually, it'll give you the chance to offer a video idea. Hey, let's look at this over here real fast. I mean, we are $26 away from Video 31 being funded. We are less than 10 away. Actually, no, we're 10 away, I guess, from hitting 40 funded. We just hit 30 today. We hit 40. I'm giving y'all 10 for free. We hit 50 that are funded, legitimately funded, not including the 10 for free. We're doing Diabarathon, and I'm going to hurt myself, probably. And if we get to 100 by some stroke of God, we're going to do Mersbo Madness. We're going to do Mersbo Madness. Video 32, actually, is what he's saying. I think I know what that means. Evil Toad, you know you still have you still have a idea in your pocket from video number 16. There still hasn't been an idea. Actually, 16 and 23. You have 2 in your pocket. And I think, based off of what you just said, that means you have 3 in your pocket. As I await technology, because technology is slow and prodding and garbage. By the way, just to let everybody know, we will be departing shortly after 6:45. I have another engagement this evening. Christian Banks, aka Evil Toad. Sorry for using the actual name there. My bad. It sends $100. It just says, "Hey." Just says, "Hey, how you doing?" So Evil Toad now has 3 videos in his back pocket. Number 31 has been funded. And Alex drops 5 and says, "Hey, CCan, can you play Allison by Slow Dive? Also, I started a parody food Instagram account at Alex Food Food. Please follow." Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. I like parodies. I like food. This is a match made in heaven. This is a match made in heaven. Please tell me that. Please tell me that these are going to be great foods or horrible foods. Alex Food Food. Alex Food Food. Oh, I put Alex Food Good. God. Alex Food Food. Oh my gosh, you have my favorite. Oh my gosh, you have my favorite. I have to show everybody. The best food in history. The best food of all time. Oh my god. A bottle of Aquafina. It's like they're twins. What up? Bucketheadathon is, oh gosh. Well, we determined that Bucketheadathon, actually, maybe that should be the 10,000 or the 100, and then 500 is Bucketheadathon. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm insane. Everybody knew that though. Slow Dive up next. I have to add that $5. Actually, I have to do a lot of updating here in just a moment. I am, though, very appreciative of obviously the thing, using Spotify here, not that big of a deal anymore. And the fact that we didn't have any slowdown or any sort of content BS while listening to Dream Theater, that's kind of crazy. So phones are water? Yes. Oh wait, oh no, that's right, the reflection on the screen you probably didn't see. You probably didn't see that it was a bottle of Aquafina. Yeah, I am starting to get a little hungry. But I will be seeing the food. I will be eating at the engagement, so it's all good. I will be seeing food. I will not be allowed to eat it. I can't touch it. It will be illegal. I can merely watch as others consume while panting on the ground or something. I don't know. Just like that, 31 funded. The insanity of you folks continues. I'm exceptionally thankful for that. Appreciate Evil Toad. Like I said, you have 3 video ideas in your back pocket. If you don't know what you want, you can just toss me an email at some point. Passage Diver was pretty good. Elder is amazing. I love it. I love it. I'm a really, really big fan. Oh wait, this is shoegaze. This is old shoegaze, man. Slow Dive is a terrific shoegaze band from the first wave, from the initial wave, the same one that had My Bloody Valentine and a couple of others. These guys are awesome. They're a really good band. If you like shoegaze and you do not listen to Slow Dive, I'm not sure if you really like shoegaze or Chapter House or Ride. So basically, if you like black gaze, if you like black gaze bands, this is basically the same idea, only not as heavy. A lot more dreamy. Cocktail Twins also. Oh, I didn't get a chance to show you the spring. Damn, I just shot it. With reckless abandon. Reckless abandon. Here's something about the gun. We do have about 20 minutes remaining, both in stream as well as within the poll. I wonder if anybody else still needs to vote in the poll. You know what that means? That means it's time to share the poll again for the 5,000th time. Shabam, shabam, shabam. I missed the third time. Whoopsie daisies. So there's only about 20 minutes left in the poll and in the stream. You live in California. Oh my God. Do you have any photos of the apocalypse? Do you have any photos of the apocalypse? I don't mean to make fun, but oh my gosh. The stuff that I've seen from out there is horrific. Like, it goes beyond whenever you have a thick fog and you make fun of it by saying, I think I'm in Silent Hill. Like, that stuff is straight up things that you only see in Dante's Peak, which is a really good movie. It's a super good movie, in fact. Now I want to listen to some Ride. This is Illinois Point from Ride. You know what? No, there's another song. I've played it in stream before, but I can never get enough of it. Black Metallic, where are you? Come on, Catherine Wheel. This is a song that basically every time I listen to it makes me think of like 1992. Which is weird because in 92 I was 8 years old, but for whatever reason, every time I think about this song, I think about 1992 through the eyes of like teenage me, as opposed to, young second grade me. Yep, that's Pierce Brosnan film. That was right around, I think that was the film he did directly after he was Goldeneye for the first time in, he was James Bond for the first time in Goldeneye. Whoops. Having homemade meatballs with gravy with mashed potatoes and garlic twists. That sounds really good. That sounds super good. I'll probably just end up having pizza over at my folks because I'm going over there for the NASCAR playoff race. Yeah, I'm a NASCAR fan. I watch cars go round in circles for like 2.5 hours. It's been a tradition of my dad and mine for a number of years now, and as he's getting older, as a bonding thing of both of ours that just I can't strip him or myself of that whatsoever. You know, the only race outside of NASCAR that I typically watch is the Indy 500. It's kind of like how I'll watch MLS, but I won't watch much like Premier League. Like I know enough to get by, but not much. And I really should watch more English Premier League footy, but only so many hours in a day, and there's so many other things I want to do. I gotta watch every Pirate baseball game because I'm sorry, 162 games of them losing a lot just wears on your brain. Even though this season is short, it's only I think 60 games. It's still a lot of losing. I think the reason why I watch every football game is simple. It's because it's 16 games. It's only one per week. It's very strenuous and physical and everything like that, but I can guarantee you the first season the Steelers have, because we've been on a really great stretch for a long time, you know, even with the 8-8 seasons. First season that they are like 2-14 or 3-13, it's going to happen eventually. I don't know, I think that'll be the time Dad and I decide midway through to switch to golf. You know? 10 classic albums that have aged poorly. Interesting. So there is one of the ideas. I like it. Are we going to stick just to heavy metal, or are we going to go outside the box to rock as well? You know, are we going to go overall, or are we going to go specific? That's number 16 right there. Nice. I like. Need to like it. I never did give that poll update, did I? Rock and metal both. Okay. I'm only doing that to keep things specific. Oh, excuse me. That's to keep my mind straight. That's to keep my mind straight. Ooh. That's a really good idea. That could have been a poll leader. Hey, talking about that poll. 13 minutes to go in the poll. Here are the current results. Still with Goose Eggs, we have the top 10 technical death metal bands and the best fill-ins for a band. Those two still with 0 votes. Wild Run, Olden Tales, and Deathly Trails review currently sitting at 2 votes in 4th place. 3rd place is the best band lineup changes. 2nd place is the Ozzy 3-album debate between Heaven and Hell, Born Again, and Headless Cross. Currently in control with more than half of the votes, we have the top 10 albums of this year so far. Currently in the lead, 8-vote lead. Could be Destiny, or do one of the other videos have a comeback in them? Is there a comeback within them? It is hard to tell, but I can tell you where you can find out and where you can potentially have an effect. Remember when I used to look like M Shadows? Yeah, then I started losing my hair. All he has to do is start losing his hair, and we'll look like twins again. It was an album based off of food and 10 tracks based on food. Okay. The album, the band is going to be called The Buffet. They're like a classic rock, Weird Al Yankovic spin-off band. The name of the album is going to be Loaded Mashed Potatoes. Track 1 is going to be Oops, I Got a Jalapeno on My Shirt. Track 2 is going to be I Hate Potato Salad, but it makes great ammo. Number 3 is actually quite explicit. It's the reason why this album has a parental advisory sticker. It's called A Lot of Mayonnaise Looks Like Cum. Number 4 is called Loaded Baked Potato, Please. Number 5 is going to be called The Great Lamb Chop Shortage 2020. Number 6 is Fruit Salad Yummy Yummy. That's a cover. That's a Wiggles cover right there. You gotta have a cover on there. Was it track 5? Track 6. Track 6, we are going to call that the Sushi Bar. Number 7 will be the Great Mustard Showdown. Track 8 is My Mom's Mac and Cheese is Better Than Your Mom's Mac and Cheese. Number 9 is steak tartare is really gross. And number 10 is I know steak tartare is really gross because I watched that episode of Mr. Bean. What genre is this made-up album? Awful. It's awful is what it is. You can't find the comedy heavy metal album that's in an old video of yours. It is a cartoon album cover. You mean potentially Big Fat Box of Shit by Crotch Duster? Maybe. Did it have the song Mammal Sauce on it? Is my Mammal Sauce really the best mammal sauce? News at 8. Back to you. And we have about 10 minutes remaining in our stream. Our time together is growing so short. It's growing so short, just like my patience with the Pittsburgh Pirates. We may have a final request coming in. It does appear that we do, in fact. I'm still on Instagram. That is not at all what I hit. Thank you. I love you, phone, for being such a peach. Well, $4 from Justin. We're going to be listening to some Trapped. Made of Glass. He says, this song isn't too bad. I haven't listened to this band in a while. I've moved on to better bands. So have the rest of us. So have we all. We all indeed have done exactly the words you just stated, my friend. I don't even remember the song, so this is probably going to be my first experience with it. Unless it's a song that I formerly knew. Ah! The hell is Swipe Night? Now I'm just getting ads. Now I'm just getting bloody ads. What was that called again? Made of Glass. There we go. That has to be from a while ago, right? Yeah, there it is. That's acoustic. We don't want acoustic. Why would we want acoustic? That's the only thing that could probably make this worse. They really make a whole album just called Headstrong. They did a cover of Policy of Truth. God, may I never listen to that. May it never exist in my face. Ever. There it is. Made it. That's live! Piss! Piss! There it is. Oh, it's just track 2. Forget it. Made It Last by Trapped. Here we go. I'd kill to stop getting sports betting ads. Dude, I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking about trying it. Dude, oh man. If you haven't seen the photos of that tree that fell over of Evil Toads, dude, it's crazy. How much longer is the stream? About 6 minutes. About 6 minutes, roughly, Randall. Congratulations, by the way. Your video was victorious in the first poll. There's a second poll right there. Album title for Pittsburgh Sports and 6 tracks, Cover Killer Nation. The first Super Bowl we won, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, and the sixth one. And here's a bonus track. We have more Super Bowls than you do. Boom! What song got me into Dream Theater? Strange Deja Vu. Strange Deja Vu is the first track of Dream Theaters I ever heard. Consequently, on those like digital cable music stations that they had that I was talking about earlier this year. I heard that, off of Metropolis 2 Scenes from a Memory. Really, really liked it, so I decided to give the album a try. Whenever I could, I bought it. And the same as your team. Please, there's no football in Utah. The Mormons don't believe in it. I know you're a Patriots fan. And number 7, That number 7's going to come. Billy's going to have to do it without his golden goose. That's going to be interesting to watch this year, brother. Take care, Alex. You have yourself a good one. I mean, are you still following the Patriots into the good night, or are you? Did your allegiance go alongside Tom down to Tampa? Dude, that's that's an excellent point. I'm calling for the Patriots this year, probably like 7-9. Somehow, some way, Bill Belichick is going to like wring out all of the talent in every single one of those players, like they're all just a series of towels. You know what I mean? Like it's going to happen somehow, some way. That's the that's the funniest thing. That's the funniest thing to me. I had that $4 in there. I had that $4. Yes, I did. All right, we're gonna be at 90. This is where we're gonna end the night with 90 because we have one final song request from Meatman. Meatman's gonna drop a request, which also means he gets a video idea thingy for the poll, because he has not yet donated within this cycle. No! Oh God, no! Not more. There's nothing wrong with that. That wasn't terrible. That's all their first album. Their first album was decent. I'll be the first one to tell you. Their first album was decent, but then again, it's probably one of those albums that's similar to Your Idea, Evil Toad. In retrospect, were so derivative of everything else that was coming out at the time that if you listen to it now, you're just going to think, God, I like this whenever I was age number redacted. Just drop this plane in the dust to end this thing properly. Wild Run's first album review. Gotcha, my friend. He's basically admitting defeat, knowing that it's not going to win the poll, so he's going to get it back on there. He's going to get it back on there. Oh shit. Which I think we have it somewhere else too. No, we don't. Okay, never mind. JK. I's a funny boy. Why did I put that? I's dumb. Me dumb, you smart. That's going to be a big poll. Actually, no, we do have it somewhere else. There's a good chance that the other place it is, it's going to be... There could be a poll that has only 2 participants. All depending on what one other person decides. There could be a poll with just 2 participants. And one of them is Olden Tales. "27 people have voted in the poll. There is only 1 minute left. Go quickly. Oh no. I don't think you're going to get it in. No, you're not. It's done. It is done. Bucks and Patriots Super Bowl? No. Not going to happen. Patriots wouldn't make it past the Chiefs. The Bucks aren't going to make it past literally everybody else in the NFC. Just period. Period. Dot, dot. Ellipsis. If that Super Bowl happens, I'll pee myself. Never watch football again. They'll say something like, well, there's Tom Brady, Rob Gronkowski, and Bill Belichick having a powwow before the Super Bowl. And then I will just start vomiting for 3 hours. And we'll die of nutrient deprivation. Yeah, I do remember doing that. Anything can happen now. That's right. They'll get to that Super Bowl and then they'll all there'll be zippers on their forehead and they'll unzip themselves and they'll be performing gorillas. They'll be performing gorillas and they'll have little pink tutus on them. And then the Tom Brady gorilla will go out and still pass for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns. Hey, everybody voted, all the votes are done, and hey, the top 10 albums of this year so far is victorious. That is your winner in the super huge poll. So that means, I don't even think he's here. I don't even think he is currently present. But Zoltanius HN, or Zoltanus HN, the winner of the poll. Top 10 albums of this year thus far. That's the one that's directly after the top 10 worst nows of all time. Where would be that at? Oh, it's right there. Maybe right there. Oh, I put his name as the video. Yes, we're going to do a video on Zoltanus HN. Oh no! That sounds actually like a really good comeback video. Like the literal first video back. That sounds really fucking good, man, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound really great as a comeback video? I think it does. I don't know about y'all, but I think that sounds like a great comeback video. Hey! Our time is nearing its conclusion. My fan of melodic black metal, I indeed am. This is an abstract illusion. This is Drop This Planet of Dust. Still just an absolute... It is just an incredible song. This is the song that got me sold on an abstract illusion. After the first 2 songs made me realize that, well, mostly Abode of a God, since Breathe, Create, Beauty was just a intro. But Abode of a God made me realize, okay, I'm probably going to really, really like these guys. And then Drop This Planet was like, okay, well, just steal my sperm, why don't you? Hey, Angelic Noose. Evil Toad with a $10, super chat style, saying, fund another one. Hey, yeah, I will fund another one with that. And guess what that also means? It means you got a video idea available for that one. The poll for this one, for this most recent one we just now funded, is going to be absurd. It is going to be the most absurd of them all. I thank you for that, Evil Toad. I thank everybody for any of the donations, any of the niceties, all of the welcomes back. I'm floored that so many of you are still around and still want to hang out. You guys are all legends. I don't even know how many people there's going to be in this poll, but I do know that our time here has reached its conclusion. Our time here has reached its conclusion. So Toad, think about the video idea that you like. Porky, I know you hate to think, but unless you want to defer your video request to somebody else, you're going to have to think of one, or else I'm just going to erase that. You're not going to have a chance. Any video you want, so long as it's not nasty shit. Anyway, Tuesday, around 3 o'clock, 3:30, sometime around then. That's the next time you're going to see me, and that's the next time I'm going to see you. I have to see each and every one of you. I love you all. Have a great rest of your weekend and early part of your week. Keep it metal, keep it music, and above all, just be good to one another. Please. Just please be good to one another and your fellow man. The hell was that? Oh, a pirate game's about to start. Yeah.